basics of flat track roller derby. Brought to you by Antic Skate Boots and the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. The game of roller derby is played on roller skates. The players wear helmets, elbow pads, wrist guards, and knee pads. The track is flat, not banked. Each 30-minute half is broken down into shifts called jams. The group of 8 players at the front is called the pack. The pack is made of players who play the position of blocker. Behind the pack are the jammers. The jammers are the skaters who score points and are marked by a large star on their helmet. When the whistle blows, the jammers try to skate their way through the pack and out the other side, but they will be met with the hips, rear, and shoulders of the opposing team's blockers. When 2 bodies make contact on the track, this is called a block. Once the jammers have skated their way through the pack the first time, they're ready to begin scoring. They earn a point every time they legally pass a member of the opposing team. The team with the most points at the end of the game wins. The jammers will fail to earn points if they pass the opposing blockers illegally. Any player who performs an illegal action will earn a penalty. So what's illegal? Elbows, tripping, back blocking, and passing out of bounds. Any player who receives a major penalty has earned a 30-second trip to the penalty box. The jam ends when the lead jammer places her hands on her hips, or when 2 minutes has elapsed. 30 seconds later, a new jam begins, and the whole thing starts again. The basics of flat track roller derby. Brought to you by Antic Skate Boots and the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. The game of roller derby is played on roller skates. The players wear helmets, elbow pads, wrist guards, and knee pads. The track is flat, not banked. Each 30-minute half is broken down into shifts called jams. The group of 8 players at the front is called the pack. The pack is made of players who play the position of blocker. Behind the pack are the jammers. The jammers are the skaters who score points and are marked by a large star on their helmet. When the whistle blows, the jammers try to skate their way through the pack and out the other side, but they will be met with the hips, rear, and shoulders of the opposing team's blockers. when two bodies make contact on the track. This is called a block. Once the Jammers have skated their way through the pack the first time, they're ready to begin scoring. They earn a point every time they legally pass a member of the opposing team. The team with the most points at the end of the game wins. The Jammers will fail to earn points if they pass the opposing blockers illegally. Any player who performs an illegal action will earn a penalty. So what's illegal? Elbows, tripping, back blocking, and passing out of bounds. Any player who receives a major penalty has earned a 30-second trip to the penalty box. The jam ends when the lead jammer places her hands on her hips, or when 2 minutes has elapsed. 30 seconds later, a new jam begins, and the whole thing starts again. The basics of flat track roller derby. Brought to you by Antic Skate Boots and the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. The game of roller derby is played on roller skates. The players wear helmets, elbow pads, wrist guards, and knee pads. The track is flat, not banked. Each 30-minute half is broken down into shifts called jams. The group of 8 players at the front is called the pack. The pack is made of players who play the position of blocker. Behind the pack are the jammers. The jammers are the skaters who score points and are marked by a large star on their helmet. When the whistle blows, the jammers try to skate their way through the pack and out the other side, but they will be met with the hips, rear, and shoulders of the opposing team's blockers. When 2 bodies make contact on the track, this is called a block. Once the jammers have skated their way through the pack the first time, they're ready to begin scoring. They earn a point every time they legally pass a member of the opposing team. The team with the most points at the end of the game wins. The jammers will fail to earn points if they pass the opposing blockers illegally. Any player who performs an illegal action will earn a penalty. So what's illegal? Elbows, tripping, back blocking, and passing out of bounds. Any player who receives a major penalty has earned a 30-second trip to the penalty box. The jam ends when the lead jammer places her hands on her hips, or when 2 minutes has elapsed. 30 seconds later, a new jam begins, and the whole thing starts again.
Excellent. And how about the Jet City Washington State Conference team? Excellent. Well, you're all at home here. You're very welcome. Here
Indeed.
is it the Shoreline Derby Center?
That's what I'm calling it.
All right. The Nest.
The Rat's Nest, the Shoreline Derby Center, whatever. Well, let's get things rolling, shall we? Since we've welcomed everyone. We saw some warm-ups earlier. And I see some people in lab coats. And there's also some people in stripes. So let's give a warm welcome to our officials for the evening, the Lightning Fists of Science and the Rat Finks. They're all walking away. All right. Well, what do you know? Read the rules had to go move his car, I guess. He's clearly parked illegally next to the roll-up door. And now the skaters in our first team, about half of them are over here and half of them are over there, which I find very interesting. Let's meet our two teams from the DC universe, the Legion of Doom. And from the Marvel universe, Team Marvel. And now if you will please rise for the performance of our national anthem, tonight played on the guitar by Stratofaster. He is a ref for the Seattle Derby Brats. He is a 16-year-old young man, and he is a student at the Jam Academy Music School in Woodinville and has possibly more effects pedals than I have seen in weeks. Sorry, that was your intro. Was that cool enough? I'm not cool enough, man.
If that doesn't honor America, I don't know what does.
I'll tell you what honors America is those Seattle Supersonics shoes. All right, Strat's got to have some time to clean up all of his gear before we introduce any teams. Now, Ophelia, I understand you have done in-depth research into the Marvel and DC universes to come up with what all this means, right?
Absolutely. I will be sure to make up a story about each of these superheroes and supervillains that I know nothing about.
That is perfect.
And I will fill you in as we go. If anyone knows anything about comic books, you can whisper in my ear. But this is a really exciting game. You have your favorites from the Rat City home teams and the All-Star teams masquerading about.
Yes.
Pretty exciting stuff.
Masqueradage. If you would have always wanted to skate like a roller girl, now is your chance. The Rat City Roller Girls, pleased to announce the recreational roller derby program. For more information or to register, check the website ratcityrollergirls.com. Next assessment, was February 6th, so I'm guessing there will be another one sometime after that.
And more importantly, Scott, there's pizza.
What?
There's pizza in the snack area over by the beautiful chalkboard, and if you're like me.
There's also apparently a piece of pizza in the middle of the track, I've just been informed.
You know, I've skated in these bouts before. That isn't a good sign. Okay.
Oh, that's
long official reviews.
Yes, the official review prize. If you get the official review, they will force.
All right. My last question before we move here.
Yes.
Whose first time is it seeing roller derby today? Raise your hand. Oh my gosh. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We're so happy to have you here.
You all thought you were here for Marvel Universe Live, don't you? I am so sorry to disappoint you with the lack of motorcycle stunts.
You're going to have to go down Aurora a while. Well, I'll try to tell you about it as we begin the game, give you a little bit of Derby 101. But in turn, raise your hand if you know like everything about roller derby right now. Come on.
I got
skaters.
one. All right. Ask that one over there.
There are people in the audience right now that know things. Nudge each other, ask each other questions, and we'll get you going along the way. So it looks like we're ready to introduce our wonderful skaters.
Let us meet. First up, in black, DC's Legion of Doom. Number 4, Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle.
I'll explain the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle thing later.
That would explain the pizza, certainly. Number 7, Marcia Manhunter. Number 10, Run Startfire. Canary. Nine is Raven. Number 89, the Joker. Number 94, Batman.
That's me.
Number 101, Poison Knifey. Number 116, Zatanna Zataria. Number 123, Wonder Woman. And number 1400, Slayer Crow. And the DC Universe Legion of Doom, coached by Lexi Luthor, of course. Give it up for DC's Legion of Doom.
Thank you, DC, and it is my honor to bring out the team in white. Team Marvel! Little waves. Number 12, Dark Phoenix. Number 210, Texas Twista. Number 22, Wolverine. Number 24, Monica Rambeau. Number 343, Ronan Noodle. Number 35, I'll be on your ass. Number 39, The Punisher. Number 53, Raven Seaward. Number 63, Nails. Number 78, Mad Rocks. Number 789, Mistake. Number 80, Asgard. Number 85, Wolver Queen. Number 8757, skull emoji, poop emoji, L. Which is a social media reference to Deadpool. And we're gonna call her Skull Poople. Who is it?
No one is willing to admit to that. Even better.
Number 90, Storm. And number 123, Black Widow Maker. That's Team Marvel.
That certainly is.
And again, a huge thank you to our non-skating officials, our referees, our volunteers, our DJs, our photographers,
yes,
our medical staff, us.
Whoever's running the beer garden.
We're all volunteers. All right, and as we get started here, just a little bit of quick Derby 101. They start out with 5 players apiece on the track.
Yes.
1 player for each team is wearing a star upon their helmets.
I see that.
They are essentially the ball. They are the point-scoring person on the track. Everyone else on each team are blockers, 4 apiece. The blocker with a stripe on her helmet, they get special powers later in the game. You'll see jammers can sometimes have the ability to pass their helmet cover with the star on it to the pivot. Pretty awesome. The jammer is going to try and escape the wrath of the blockers and lap each opposing blocker for points. And as we get started here, we'll explain all the rules, penalties, and all the excitement as it comes.
Do we have to explain the excitement?
We do.
All right.
For DC on the line is Slayer Crow, and she's going to be going up against Marvel. Team Marvel is Nails in white on the inside line.
And Slayer Crow picks up our first penalty of the game.
So she cut the track, which means she stepped out of bounds, and when she re-entered the track, she erroneously stepped in front of somebody that she was improving her position. So she gets a penalty. She's going to sit in the penalty box for up to 30 seconds. So the only jammer on the track right now is Nails. And you see Team Black DC in the back forming a wall. Nails takes off her helmet cover, hands it over the top to not Carmen Getsum.
No, that would be Dark Phoenix. Now the jammer of record, and with that pass and the old penalty against the other, we have no lead jammer. We will go the full 2 minutes and put 5 points on the board for Team Marvel.
That's right. We have Slayer Crow still on her initial pass. She clears the pack, so now she's eligible to score points.
And now she's on a power jam as the Dark Phoenix heads back to whatever the Marvel equivalent of Arkham Asylum is.
One-on-one matchup there. Slayer Crow is able to get around Raven Seaward and put up 5 points of their own. So we're neck-neck, 5 points apiece.
That, in technical sporting terms, is a tie.
It is a tie game. Raven Seaward drops her off to the inside of the line there as she recycles, looking for some offense from Raven and her teammates. Raven Seaward is there with Texas Twista to get the force out. Other Raven then forces out Texas Twista.
There are too many Ravens on the track, clearly.
Nah, there's never enough Ravens. Slayer Crow up against that last white wall. They're able to extend 20 feet in front of the foremost blocker. 5 more points there for DC and 2 more points for Marvel. So we now have the score 7-9, DC leading.
And our first full 2-minute jam. Now the jammer, if we hopefully will see this time, jammer emerging the back first, cleanly being declared lead jammer. They can then call it off at any time. We'll see if that happens.
Indeed. Penalty box is clear.
Mistake jamming for Team Marvel. And Zatanna Zateria
And Zeteria in black being forced to the outside by Black Widow Maker. And so she actually is called Black Widow Maker because she builds robots of Black Widows.
Wow.
They're electronic, and she uses them in her house to eat rats.
That's, I guess that's, if you got a rat problem, you might as well build a bunch of robot poisonous spiders. What could go wrong?
Meanwhile, White Jammer, Mistake for Team Marvel, working her way through. Still no lead jammer has been assessed. Now these packs need to remain within 10 feet of each other. When it gets spread out, someone's going to have to build sort of a ladder to bridge forward.
And now we have our first lead jammer of the game. Mistake for Team Marvel.
Zeteria still in the penalty box for Team DC. And you see Team Marvel all together in the rear of the pack, getting ready for her to enter. Mistake in white is the lead jammer, so she's kind of in charge right now. She's not going anywhere, though. Raven is there with her teammates, slowing her down, making her life hell.
Storm trying to break things up, but the weather control powers not helping out. And Mistake has to call off the jam, taps her hips 4 times. That ends the jam. 5 points up for Team Marvel, 2 for Team DC, and we are once again at a tie, 12 points apiece. In case you were wondering, I was informed that the next assessment for the Recreational League, March 5th, which is next Sunday.
Texas Twista now jamming for Team Marvel in white, working her way around the outside. Big force out there by Raven Seaward, making it real hard for Wonder Woman.
Wonder Woman does win the Unitard game.
Absolutely.
So far, that is fabulous.
Breaking out the front of the pack is Texas Twista for Team Marvel. Now able to begin scoring points. You see Team DC now walling up in the rear of the pack. Every time Texas Twista passes the hips of an opposing blocker, that's a point. Wonder Woman at the front of the pack takes a bit of a spill. Unfortunately, is going to get a low block penalty called on Raven Seaward.
Yep. Raven clearly not so thrilled with that penalty, but when are you thrilled with a penalty, really? 5 points up for Texas Twista, calls off the jam, putting Marvel in the lead 17-12.
There is a silver Chevy sedan parked illegally. Washington plates AJA 1862. Silver Chevy sedan, Washington plates AJA 1862. Please move your vehicle.
You're parked right outside the roll-up door on this end of the building. So if you know that you parked there, you got to move it or you will get towed. That's our ambulance access point. Storm jamming for Team Marvel.
Slayer Crow out front for Team DC.
And everybody heads to jail. All right, maybe only 2 people.
Well, there's a jail break, so now 1 player apiece in the penalty box for each team. That's 4 more points for Team DC, 2 more for Marvel, 16-19. Marvel now leading. It's the second lead change of the game. Zeteria jamming now for Team DC.
And that is Dark Phoenix for Team Marvel. Team DC 1 skater advantage in the pack, 3-2. But that doesn't last as a multiplayer block is assessed, but Zeteria is clear first.
Dark Phoenix is going to head to the penalty box for a cut track penalty. Tough call. She jumped over the feet of somebody that may have stepped out of bounds. So that is going to be 30 seconds in the penalty box.
And a power jam for the Legion of Doom from DC.
Black Widowmaker calling her fellow white blockers up to the front of the pack to prevent any scoring from being done here by Zeteria. But they get a destruction of pack penalty. So both the white team and the black team have to remain within 10 feet of proximity of each other. When the ref's hands go up to designate a field goal, that's when you know the pack has been split up too much
So
and they
that's
have to
not just
reform.
3 points?
No, there's
All
no
right.
2 points being scored there.
Dark Phoenix out of the penalty box through the pack. And Zatanna Zetaria calls off the jam after grabbing another 5, putting DC now up 26-19. A 10-point jam.
That's our third lead change of this game, Scott.
Only 4 points on the last pass. Hey, if you would like to train smart, work hard, and get strong like the Rat City All-Stars, check out Get Strong First, located right here at the Rat's Nest. Learn more at www.getstrongfirst.com.
Storm now jamming, making her jamming debut in white for Team Marvel.
And she is jamming against the Joker. And the Joker works her way out the front of the pack.
You know,
lead
the
jammer.
Joker may have gotten out first, but Storm just blew up the back of that pack. And you see a lot of Team White now sitting in the penalty box, so she's not going to get a whole lot of help. The Joker sneaks right under. Wolverine is able to pick up 4 hot points for Team DC as they begin to pull ahead by 10.
The Joker laughs at the need for help.
So the pizza wasn't for official timeouts.
No,
It was for the
mutants.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle.
Those pizza-eating myrtles. Black Widowmaker jamming for Marvel. Slayer Crow for DC's Legion of Doom.
Black Widowmaker jamming for Team Marvel with a big smile on her face. In a little bit of a washing machine, able to step around bots and make her initial pass complete. Meanwhile, Slayer Crow in the mix, looking to pick up 1, 2, 3, 4 points, immediately calling off that jam before Black Widowmaker can score any points. DC pulls ahead by 4 more. So I was told the Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle is acceptable to the DC universe because there is once a crossover comic. So it's okay. Got
I
it.
see. Wonder Woman jamming for DC. Raven Seaward for Marvel. And both teams rolling back to full strength as the penalty box empties. Raven Seaward dumped out of bounds and backed up. And a large scrum at the top of turn 1. Raven Seaward bumped to the infield and has to roll back.
Wonder Woman being held at the outside of turn 2, looking for a lane up the inside. Just then, Raven Seaward able to sneak up the outside line and pick up lead jammer, but Wonder Woman not far behind. And you'll see the pack separate here and form their wall, awaiting their jammer to arrive. Team White Marvel looking to play a little bit of offense there, and Raven Seaward with a hop, skip, and a jump picks up 4 points, is able to call that jam off before DC can pick up any points here.
First score in a bit for Team Marvel takes them to a 10-point deficit, 23-33. And Team Marvel sends out Mistake to the jammer line. And that's Zatanna Zetaria jamming for Team DC.
Marvel down 1 player in the penalty box, but they have Dark Phoenix holding down their wall, bracing their wall. And Zetaria having a hard time around the outside. Unfortunately, it looks like a direction of gameplay penalty has been assessed on Dark Phoenix, so she's going to be sent to the penalty box, as well as Zatanna Zetaria.
So power jam now for Mistake and Team Marvel.
Raven held up at the front of the pack, all over Mistake, waiting for her teammates to rejoin her. Now they have in this beautiful tripod.
Asgard trying to do a little lead blocking earlier, but not able to stop Raven from slowing Mistake down.
Again, beautiful blocking dynamics here When the no pack is called, one member from the black team dropped back, one member from the white team pulled up. Big hit here by Dark Phoenix, trying to get some time for her jammer mistake to hand off that helmet cover.
And the handoff has happened. Dark Phoenix carrying the helmet cover. Won't get any points until she puts it on her hat. And she's bumped out, finally hops over a leg. Clears the back, not lead jammer. We will go the remaining 37 seconds of the jam, and it will be another power jam as the Zatanna called for another cutting the track penalty.
Definitely feels like the momentum in the game's picked up a little bit. A little bit more contact happening here. You see Dark Phoenix pushing forward. They're just going to push them out of play. Once they're 20 feet past this foremost blocker, they got to let her go or face time in the sin bin.
And for once, the Joker follows the rules, lets her go, and rolls back to join the rest of the pack. Dark Phoenix picking up 5 on that last pass. Checks the clock, says no real reason to push forward farther. Already got her 2, so that takes us to a 3-point DC lead, 33-30, with 16 minutes and 12 seconds to go in the first half.
And hey, don't forget to buy tickets now for our next home team bout right here on March 12th. Grave Danger is going to head-to-head with the Throttle Rockets, and everyone's favorite Socket Wenches will be taking on Champions DLF.
Storm jamming for Marvel, Slayer Crow for Team DC. Everybody else piled in between the pivot and jam lines.
And Storm managing to push through a beautiful wheel of 4 opposing blockers. 2 facing forward, 2 facing backwards. She was able to get right in the middle and find some, find some wiggle room. She gets forced out to the outside, tries to remain in by spinning on her toe stop.
Batman says, I'm having none of that.
Slayer Crow doing the dance up in the front of the pack over here on turn 3. Black Widowmaker is there, just able to turn and use her friends. Wolverine is there on the inside, and Slayer Crow manages to sneak right up the inside line and pick up lead jam.
And a back block called on Marsha Manhunter. And a cut track called on Batman.
And Storm able to see what's happening with Batman and other DC blockers, able to sneak right around the outside, clearing her initial pass, now eligible to pick up points. Slayer Crow in the mix, trying to call off that jam before anyone can pick up points. That's 2 more for DC. DC pulling ahead 35-31.
Excellent timing on that call off. He turned around, was looking at Storm approaching the pack. Saw what was on the Doppler radar and said, I'm just going to tap the hips and call off the jam.
Well, it's a good opportunity here for Marvel. DC now down 2 blockers in the penalty box, so we have a 4-2 pack advantage for the team in white. Nails now jamming for Team Marvel.
And that is Wonder Woman jamming for DC.
Nails gets forced out and recycled. Barely crossing that pivot line. Great partner defense here by Raven.
And Raven now on her own.
So
as
now
another penalty thins it down.
Raven essentially was the pack. She was the only DC skater on the track.
Now getting some help as Batman and Marsha Manhunter come back into the pack.
Nails take a spill on the inside of the track, takes a look around, shakes herself off, and re-enters play, looking to pick up some points. She gets some help from Raven Seaward.
Wonder Woman not quite able to push Dark Phoenix over. Dark Phoenix lowers the shoulder and gives enough of a shrug to knock her to the ground.
Knocks her just slightly out of bounds, but even if one skate steps out of bounds, the right thing to do is get up and recycle. Make sure you don't get a cut track penalty.
Marsha Manhunter playing the blocking sled game with Raven Seaward there for a bit.
Nails gets forced out up front by Raven and Batman.
And rolls back
Dark
through.
birds galore.
Meanwhile, Wonder Woman passing off the star to Batman. Batman no chance to do anything with it after emerging the pack. 5-0 run for Team Marvel, which will, I believe, result in a lead change. Indeed. So 36-35 for Team Marvel in white.
That's our fourth lead change of the game. Marvel now lead 36-35. 12-18 remaining in the first half. Wolverine jamming for Team Marvel in white, but the Joker just attacks that wall around the outside, number 84 in the black. Wolverine builds some momentum around the outside. She's got one more to beat, and Sammy is able to force her around on the outside. Momentum definitely not in your favor with the centrifugal force there. Oh, and she manages to hold down that inside line. So powerful. Give it up for Wolverine.
Wolverine a little more momentum on that second attack, so the hip check didn't quite throw her out this time. However, momentum going towards the outside forces her out and recycle back.
Oh, great offensive sweep here. That's number 90, Storm.
Wolverine lining up for another attack at the pack. Once again, slowed down by Zatanna Zetaria.
This is like watching a linebacker with like 5 football players on his back going towards scoring a touchdown.
Yes.
Wolverine at it again, trying to put up a few more points up the inside line.
Meanwhile, the Joker out of the penalty box. Power jam is over and working to try and get through, but 4 Marvel blockers.
Canary Automatic is there with her teammates, gets a big force out on Wolverine, but Storm gonna pick up. Oh no, Wolverine's picking up a cut track penalty, it looks like. No.
I think she's being waved back in. I think she thought the penalty was on her. It was in fact on Canary Automatic, but now she picks it up as she was lured back in. And the Joker sweeps through, finally completes the initial pass. 0 points up for Team DC. And official review. Not official review, just an adjustment of the call.
Yes. All right. So a timeout will be called. They're just going to straighten some things out. This is now an official timeout. And all right, so I'm going to speculate here, but I'm also going to speculate that I'm right. The jammer got caught on a penalty. The head ref overruled it and said, "Jammer, return to the track." Once she figured that out, she returned to the track. But if she returned to the track within the engagement zone of the pack, within 20 feet of the front of the pack, that could be considered a cut track penalty. But it looks like she entered the track way out in front of the engagement zone. Therefore, no penalty has been rescinded. And we're going to move on to our next jam with fresh jammers.
Exactly. Yes, the penalty pulled off. The 5 points on the board. 41-35, Team Marvel.
The last time I checked the rules book online, it had 77 pages. So
that's a lot of
lots
pages.
of detailed rules.
Yes. Tonight's MVP awards, by the way, designed by Subspace Comics. Check them out in the lobby or near the Linwood Mall.
All right, game on.
All right. Hey, that's Dark Phoenix jamming for Team Marvel. And that's Slayer Crow jamming for Team DC.
All right, 4-3 pack advantage for Marvel in white. Slayer Crow trying to push through. It's like when she pushes through one person, there's 3 more people there.
It's weird how that works.
They reform their wall up the inside line. And Dark Phoenix trying to push around the outside. Keeps moving her feet, you can see, right up the inside line. So much power. Lead jammer going to Dark Phoenix. Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle with some fancy footwork. gets big-time offense played on her, opening up that can of worms for Dark Phoenix, putting up 5 easy ones.
Yes, Dark Phoenix, nice line on the inside.
And that's a star pass to Raven. Everybody likes to see Raven jam.
Everybody except Dark Phoenix, who called off the jam, so we didn't get to see it. She's spoiling all of our fun. 50-35 now. Marvel in the lead. 8 minutes, 40 seconds to go.
All right, we've played about, 22 minutes of this game. Who's rooting for Team Marvel? All right. Does anyone feel very strongly about Team DC? Excellent, excellent. The Punisher now jamming for Team Marvel in white.
And Zatanna Zetaria jamming for Team DC Legion of Doom.
That Marvel wall in front just closing the doors. Storm just sticking that booty over the inside line, saying, no way, find another place to enter. Rambo there to brace a beautiful 3-wall. Punisher's having a hard go of it in the back against the DC wall as well.
DC sending up a little offensive assistant with Poison Knifey. And finally pirouetting through. And readjusting the top is Zatanna Zetaria.
Family friendly. And Zatanna Zetaria, most effective jammer so far tonight, but she already has 4 penalties.
And effective at getting taken to the ground and then tripping someone up, and that is a low block and will send her to the penalty box.
So this, unfortunately, is her 5th penalty. After the 7th penalty, you are asked to leave the game. Meanwhile, Storm jamming for Marvel, doing a little dance out the front of that pack, picks up a big 5.
And Storm rolling in on her 2nd scoring pass as the pack comes to a standstill at the top of turn 1.
Storm just really diligently and focused, pushing out the front of that wall, but no hole is there. They're really able to reabsorb her into that pack. A clockwise penalty being assessed on Team DC, allowing Storm to push through for 5 more points. This is so far a 10-point jam for Storm.
Zatanna Zetaria out of the penalty box and back engaged as time runs out on the jam. 3 points for DC, 2 more for Team Marvel. 12-3 Marvel run.
I want to give a big thank you to Advanced Manual Therapy and Sports Rehabilitation. Staffed with an advanced team of sports, orthopedic, and manual therapy specialists who offer leading-edge skills in assessment, treatment, and individualized planning for return to competition or daily activities. Thanks for the new knee, Dr. Shu. I added that part.
That was nice of you. That is the Joker jamming for Team DC against Mistake for the Marvel Universe.
So Mistake is funny because the character's name is Mystique.
Yeah.
I just want to spell that out for everybody because I just found that out.
The Joker is funny because the Joker's a joker.
Yeah, that's true. Mistake pushing forward up against that DC wall in the front of the pack. Beer garden, I can't see what's going on. Tell me what's going on over there.
Just yell real loud in the beer garden.
Perfect. And Mistake through. She is the lead jammer, building up some momentum here. The Joker getting an escort of offense from Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle.
And Gnarly Quinn picking up the clockwise block. And a low block called on Mistake.
That was a rough mistake by Mistake. You already did that.
I see what you did there.
No, you did. You did it.
So power jam for the Joker in Team DC.
Oh, whoa! Almost manages to get that toe back in.
Almost, but not quite.
Raven, Batman, and Teenage Mutant Myrtle up front, waiting for the Joker to hit that pack and create a lane, and they do just that. That's a 5-point pass for the Joker.
And that narrows us down to a 19-point lead. Now Marvel up 62-43 as we drop down to 4 minutes to go in the half.
Oh, and the Joker nearly gets away, but Raven Seaward called on a forearm penalty. Not happy about that, but the Joker able to put up 5 more big ones.
Yes, and the the forearm penalty does let the Joker get back up from out of bounds and come right back in, since she was past the pack when she got knocked down.
That's right, and that was a 10-point jam for the Joker, bringing DC up to 48 points.
Team Marvel sends Black Widowmaker out to the jammer line, squaring off with Slayer Crow for Team DC.
Canary Automatic talking some sports stuff to Black Widowmaker on the inside line. It's really flirting.
Those sports stuff talks, man. They're
Slayer
the best.
Crow lead jammer for Team DC, and Black Widowmaker shoots her web and makes her way through. And Team Marvel out front trying to slow down the pack, allowing Black Widowmaker to score some points. Maybe she got one. That's 2 points for DC, 1 point for Marvel. Good
catch-up work by Black Widowmaker, collecting the extra point.
Team DC now 50 points, only 16 points behind Team Marvel. But Team DC has 20 total penalties so far in this half, whereas Team Marvel in the white has only 14 accumulated penalties. That might explain the points differential.
That might. Wolver Queen jamming for Marvel, Gnarly Quinn for DC. Gnarly Quinn clear the back and is the lead jammer.
That's not Gnarly Quinn at all. That's
Teenage
Mutant Ninja Myrtle.
I was lied to by a scoreboard.
Wolver Queen shocked. Up the inside line picks up a total bummer fest of a cut track penalty. Storm having some fun back there with the Raven in the rear of the pack. Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle taken all the way back. And she has to re-enter behind the blocker that forced her out. She does it, looking for some offensive help, but there's a big screen, but unfortunately Raven Seaward is there to close that hole. Storm again is there. I'll be on your ass is the last blocker, managing to absorb her back in on that inside line, and she's going to be recycled.
And Raven Seaward with another nice force out on that, just angling it perfectly to knock her out. But finally, Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle clear of the pack with 5 points, takes DC to 55.
The star pass to Raven Seaward. She's taking her time, put that hat on, and re-enter. Sizing up where she wants to attack. Batman is there.
And out the front of the pack, Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle grabs 4 more points, calls off the jam. 59-66. Hey, tonight's penalty box sponsor is the Big O tournament down in Eugene, Oregon. Come see over 30 of the best women's, men's, and junior roller derby teams in the world, including our very own Rat City Roller Girls. They will duke it out over the 3-day event from April 29th to May 1st at the Lane Events Center in Eugene. Tickets on sale now. It will be a good time.
The wheels of justice are going to be there.
Are they? Sweet.
All right, jamming again. Slayer Crow for DC in black, and Mistake for Marvel in white. Oh, the inside line. Is it enough? Oh, unfortunately, with her best efforts in acrobatics. Hey, you have to be proud of that one.
That was an excellent attempt, but the foot did come down out of bounds, and she gets to go visit that Big O penalty box. Slayer Crow broken free as Canary Automatic comes through and clears open a lane.
And you see Black Widowmaker getting her Team Marvel together at the front of the pack to prepare for Slayer Crow to hit the pack.
Meanwhile, Poison Knifey heads to the penalty box.
Slayer Crow hits that pack. Black Widowmaker just tries to keep cover on her. Mistake now clears the pack on her initial pass. Does a fake helmet cover pass.
The old Star Stash trick.
The old psych. Wow, couple more points up on the board. That's 5 more for DC, and they're going to bring it up to 64 points. And we're now at halftime, and we have a 2-point game. 64 for DC, 66 for Marvel. And we'll be back in just a few minutes. You got anything for us, Scott?
I gotta say that we have a limited amount of Rat City's DC versus Marvel tribute posters. They are for sale at the merch booth in the lobby. Be sure to grab your favorite skater's autograph to commemorate this occasion. Head out, buy your poster, and whatever else you wish. And we will be back in 9 minutes and 20 seconds.
Well, that whistle.
All right. The whistle has been blown. The skaters are on the track.
Oh boy, yeah, that whistle means one thing only.
It's time for more pizza. No, that wasn't the pizza whistle. Damn it.
But we still have a few signed Marvel vs. DC posters in the merch area for $5. Be sure to grab one before you head out for the evening. And
Or
now,
at the end of this game, when
Yeah.
there's another break before the next game.
And
Sweet.
Storm starting out, jamming for Team Marvel in white, up against Slayer Crow in the black for Team DC.
66-64. The score surprisingly did not change during halftime.
Storm looking for a call from a ref, doesn't get it, re-enters to track legally.
Yep, she was good. Meanwhile, Raven heads to the penalty box. I think she got called on a back block, it appears.
Batman and Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle doing a number on Storm. Storm sneaks around the outside and underneath. Storm lead jammer.
Slayer Crow almost clear, but takes a shoulder out of bounds.
Slayer Crow up the inside line. That quick footwork just got her out just in time.
And Storm takes a hit from Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle. Knocks her out, but does collect 3 points. Marvel down 69-64, 5-point lead. And Marvel will send Mystique out to the jammer line against Zatanna Zetaria for Team DC. 1 skater in the Big O penalty box.
Team Marvel up in the front, forming a 4-wall. They have a brace facing backwards and 3 blockers facing forwards. They would like to crush Zatanna Zetaria's more like heart and soul,
I think that is probably very likely.
but they would like to help Mistake through the pack. Zetaria manages to sneak through. She's the lead jammer for Team DC. Mistake still on the inside of the line. Raven, who's returned from the penalty box, able to close the door. She's the last line of defense. Big shoulder hit, pushes her to the inside. Clean, perfect hit as she recycles Mistake to the back of the pack.
The Texas Twista escorts Zatanna Zetaria out of bounds. She calls off the jam. 0 points for Marvel. 5 points for Team DC. As Del from Hell has to consult with a travesty to make sure they got the points right. And that is a tie game, 69 apiece with 27 and a half minutes to go in the game.
Wolverine jamming for Team Marvel up against Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle. Helpful information for Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle. We are out of pizza, but there'll be fresh, smoking hot pizza in 15 minutes. Wolverine gets pushed to the inside of the track, recycled by Batman and crew. Meanwhile, Dark Phoenix forces out Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle with Storm in the rear of the pack. Wolverine, unfortunately, almost getting lead jammer status, picks up a blocking with the head penalty. Those are easy to get. You put your head down, you just want to get through that pack, and unfortunately she made contact with somebody. Team Marvel out front, recycling, trying to close that gap right on top of Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle.
He was almost through, then was knocked down, not out of bounds, but did have to get up and regroup.
Looking for some offensive help. Batman is there on the Dark Phoenix to play some offense.
But once you get past Dark Phoenix, you got the rest of the Marvel Universe in front.
We have
And they continue rolling forward and as DC plays a bit of passive offense and waits.
I really like the matchup of Black Widowmaker and Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle because they both have legs that are 12 feet long. They just like step over each other.
That they do. Wolverine out of the Big O penalty box and pushes through the back. That is her initial pass. No lead jammer yet.
That's right.
As Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle has not made it out of the pack at all.
Well, she is eligible to become lead jammer. should she make it out of the pack.
Should she
But
make it out?
Wolverine is on her point scoring pass.
And bumped out and backed up by Marcia Manhunter as time runs out on the jam. 2 points up for Marvel.
Really hard-earned points.
Very hard-earned points.
And they hold on to their lead,
do.
71-69.
Team DC passes the star to Slayer Crow. She squares off with I'll be on your ass.
Clear penalty box. Team DC taking the back wall. Team Marvel up front. Wolver Queen bracing that white wall up front with Storm. Big force out there by Wolver Queen on Slayer Crow. Getting recycled to the rear of the pack. Monica Rambo gets an assist from Wolver Queen, and they stay right on top of Slayer Crow. Gets forced to the inside, along with I'll be on your ass.
They all kind of fall over in one pile, and both of them out of bounds and have to back up.
It is so hard as a jammer to find momentum when you are just stopped in your path. You got 500-700 pounds holding you down. You just got to tiptoe forwards, find your momentum, keep moving those feet.
Slayer Crow bumped to the inside and backed up by Storm as I'll be on your ass. Almost clear.
And they have to let her go.
Yep.
She's out of play. Raven losing her mind, disagreeing respectfully with the call. I'll be on your ass, getting lead jammer Slayer Crow now out of the pack. I'll be on your ass on a point scoring pass, and she is going to get a skating out of bounds penalty. And a little bit of confusion here, unfortunately. So I'll be on your ass picks up a skating out of bounds penalty. So you can't just skate out of bounds. You have to be hit out of bounds or avoid a down blocker.
We're getting a no.
No?
We're getting a no from Seymour Carnage.
So that
I think it was
penalty's
initially
been-
called that way and then waved off.
That has been revoked.
The flag was
Instead, they
picked up.
say that she was calling it off.
There you go. You can skate out of bounds if you're calling it off.
Yep.
Albie would also like everyone to know that she is a dragon.
Good to know.
At least that's what I've been told.
Dark Phoenix, there she is, lead jammer for Team Marvel. They're still ahead by 4 points. Zatanna Zateria jamming for Team DC meets Black Widow Maker just as Dark Phoenix puts up 5 big ones for Marvel as they extend their lead to 9.
And again, Black Widowmaker there to close down the outside line for Zatanna Zateria. As Dark Phoenix easily around the outside.
Well, she already earned those points. That's
She
10
did, and now a
points.
star pass for DC, passing it off to Batman.
Dark Phoenix to catch up with Batman wants that point. That's a 14-point jam for the Dark Phoenix and Marvel as they begin to pull away.
They are again now up 18, 87 to 69.
Rat City would love to thank the one and only Danny Nan, upset specialist photographic in Denver, and Nowhere Man Photography for doing our awesome team and league photographs. And these photographers, they do everything for Rat City. We just thank you so much.
Danny is the bomb, as are all the other photographers.
Nails jamming for Team Marvel in white, pushing around the outside, and she is met by Raven bracing that back wall.
The Joker jamming for Team DC. And Joker now only 2 skaters left as the rest, the Big O penalty box filled up with Team Marvel. At least on the blocker side. Now just Raven Seaward to stop the Joker, and
Raven Seaward demonstrating a blocker clinic out the front of the pack. Eventually, she'll have to let her go if she's outside of 20 feet, but she keeps buying time as the pack moves forward.
that keeps sneaking up on her. And finally, the Joker keeps the toes in bounds and his lead jammer and on a power jam.
Raven Seaward, Black Widow Maker, the lone blockers for Team Marvel, picking up that pack speed. Raven trying to get some points here. getting that pack moving. They managed to sneak right under Raven Seaward, but a penalty being assessed on Black Widowmaker. And finally, a well-earned 5-point pass for the Joker and Team DC. Nails and Storm returning to the track for Team Marvel to stop the bleeding. Again, we see the Joker pair up against Raven Seaward in the front of the pack. Joker's got a big smile on her face, not just the one that's drawn on.
I was going to say, not the painted one. Oh, come on, really? You again?
And you see, the important thing to notice is that Raven Seaward still moving in the direction of play. Keep moving forward.
Exactly.
Just a little bit.
Very slowly. Black Widowmaker with the star now.
Cut track penalty now being assessed on a DC blocker.
And the Joker calls off the jam. Did pick up 5 more points. So a 10-point jam takes us again to a 12-point game now.
And
no, make that 8.
That jam was like shaking a champagne bottle, and then at some point someone handed Black Widowmaker the pivot cover, and that pop just came off. She went flying around the track.
All the attention was on the Joker versus Raven Seaward. Slayer Crow jamming for the Legion of Doom. And that is Mistake jamming for Team Marvel.
That's a 4-2 pack advantage, now a 4-3 pack advantage for Team Marvel in white, making it a good opportunity for Mistake to get up the inside line. She gets taken all the way out by Raven, who's the captain for Team DC today. Mistake finds her way through. She's the lead jammer and will now begin her scoring pass.
Meanwhile, Slayer Crow is almost clear, but knocked to the inside, had to cycle back, now finally out of the pack. As Mistake, once again, Raven there to close it down, calls off the jam. 2 points for Team Marvel, stretching it to a 10-point lead.
Big shout out to Black Rock Coffee. They care about 2 things, people and coffee. Check out the only Black Rock Coffee Bar in Seattle, located just up the street on 143rd and Aurora. Thank you, Black Rock Coffee.
Zatanna Zateria jamming for DC, Rona Noodle for Team Marvel. And
Team Marvel.
The Big O penalty box is empty. Thought I'd curse that for now so we can get some more business over there.
Team Marvel in white currently ahead by 10 points, 17 minutes and 46 seconds remaining in this exciting game. Zatanna Zateria for Team DC gets thrown to the inside track boundary.
And Ronan Noodle is lead jammer. Had made it out enough of the front of the pack before the pack caught back up.
Dark Phoenix is there with Monica Rambeau. Get a big force out on Zatanna Zateria.
Yep, the Joker bumped her out and backed her back as far as she could before Dark Phoenix closed off that alley.
Ronan Noodle with a big smile on her face. She is there battling up against Canary, Automatic, Batman, and Run Starkfire.
Dark Phoenix again trying to come up and break things up, but then has to go back to brace the defense at the back. Multiplayer block called on Monica Rambeau.
Oh, beautiful jump back. Getting that track cut penalty called. That's number 39, the Punisher. And that's going to be Zatanna Zateria's 6th penalty.
And she has the star in hand, if not on head, so it is a power jam. Power jam will be short, however, as we have our first double jammer penalty. Cut track called on Ronan Noodle. When she sits down, Zatanna Zateria will be out.
So, yeah, both jammers in the penalty box, but that will never last for too long. Zatanna Zateria re-enters the track, and immediately Dark Phoenix tries to close that door, but she, just at the end there,
passed the star off to Batman, but time had run out on the jam before any points were up.
When you see a blocker jammer standing in the penalty box, that means they have 10 seconds or less remaining to serve. So a power jam to start for Team DC.
Slayer Crow on the power start. Pack lining up all the way forward at the pivot line.
And you see Team DC in black just refraining from playing too much offense. They're in the back. They're ready to form a wall and play defense.
And Slayer Crow is clear and is the lead jammer as Ronan Noodle out of the Big O penalty box. Slayer Crow wide open lane on the inside for very quick points. And a star pass to Raven Seaward. Now clear of the pack and able to score points as Slayer Crow grabs 4 more, calls off the jam.
That's right, big night for both jammers. Eight-point jam for Team DC, bringing it back to a 2-point game. Marvel still in the lead, but just barely hanging on. Less than 15 minutes remaining in this game. We're down to the last quarter.
Black Widowmaker jamming for Marvel, high-fiving Batman. Batman thanks her with an attempt to shoulder her out of bounds, which did not work.
Well, they're both former Derby Liberation Front teammates, and they've both been captains of Derby Liberation Front at different times. A forearm penalty being assessed on Black Widowmaker.
And that puts lead jammer firmly on the utility belt of Batman.
Really quick pack speed over here on turn 2 and 3 of the Derby track. Dark Phoenix recycling Batman to the rear of the pack. Marvel holding it down in the front, trying to play the best defense they can. They were waiting for Dark Phoenix to join the wall. Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle playing some offense, trying to keep them occupied, to let Batman find some hole.
And Team DC pushes Black Widowmaker back out of bounds and back her up as Marsha Manhunter rolls to the back of the pack, but Black Widowmaker finds a gap, weaves her way through the pack. Clear on her initial pass, not lead jammer.
Great blocking here by Team Marvel. It's just one hit after the other after the other. And we're going to end that last jam. 4 more points for Team DC, and we now have our 5th lead change of the game as DC takes over Marvel 91-89.
And speaking of 89, number 89, jamming for Team DC. That is the Joker. And I believe that's Mistake jamming for Team Marvel.
Mistake, you know, both of these jammers, they have so much responsibility for where the opposing jammer will start. You can push that jammer behind that wall. And you saw Mistake push the Joker right behind Wolver Queen on the outside line. They're still battling there on the inside as they recycle together. Raven Seaward is there with Wolver Queen to prevent the Joker from breaking that last plane. Raven Seaward picks up a penalty. I believe it was a clockwise or direction of play penalty. She's smiling about it.
She's got room to give. What the heck? There's only 12 minutes to go in the game.
45 seconds into this jam, still no lead jammer. Mistake recycled to the rear of the pack, and
but not far enough as she gets called on the cutting penalty. So a power jam for the Joker and Team DC.
Canary Automatic there, pulling that penalty.
And the Joker says, I've had enough of this. Raven, you take a try. Passes the star off. Raven dances around the inside and clear. That is an initial pass, not lead jammer.
Such an elegant jammer, that Raven. Give it up for Raven! Raven versus Raven at the front of the pack. That was good, clean fun.
That was excellent.
And again, with the offensive sweep around the outside, right around, I'll be on your ass. That's going to be 5 more points for Raven. That's a 10-point jam. You should jam all the time.
Stop distracting the players, Melons. 101-89 as we have another star pass. Raven Seaward now jamming. So it's the Raven versus Raven Seaward jam battle, which really sounds like it's something from Breakin' 2 Electric Boogaloo, but it's actually roller derby.
As the jammers pick it up, Raven puts up
yes!
4 more points. That's an 18-point jam for the darkest soul I have ever met for Raven and Team DC as they pull ahead 109 to 91.
Raven Seaward able to grab 2 at the end of that jam. 10 minutes, 22 seconds to go. And once again, I'll mention penalty box, which currently features 1 member of each team, sponsored by the Big O Tournament in Eugene. Head down April 29th to May 1st at the Lane Events Center in Eugene.
Cut track penalty being assessed on Dark Phoenix. So we have a power jam here for Slayer Crow, and she's quickly going to pick up lead jammer for Team DC, who've just pulled ahead. Marvel tries to recycle and form their wall at the front of the pack. Storm gets caught up at the rear of the pack. She's still got to shake them off.
And she will be shaking them off all the way to that Big O penalty box, where she'll be joined by Batman.
Dark Phoenix re-entering the track, just so smart. Looks like she's going to run to the inside and just skips along the outside line. She has completed her initial pass. Slayer Crow's going to call that one off before Marvel gets a chance to answer. That's a 118 to 91 as DC begins to pull ahead.
Nice 9-0 run there by Team DC. If you're interested in advertising with the Rat City Roller Girls, we have numerous great packages to offer this season. Please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details, or you can email sponsorship at ratcityrollergirls.com.
And Zatanna Zateria jamming again for DC. She does get lead jammer.
Yes, she does. Texas Twista jamming for Marvel.
And she's now completed her initial pass. So we're looking at DC in the scoring opportunity. And big force out by Black Widow Maker.
She was signaling the call off, but it rolled back in. And apparently there was some discussion.
There is going to be some discussion, potentially a timeout here. That may have been her last penalty, and we're going to find out momentarily. In the meantime, still jamming for Team Marvel is Texas Twista. Looking for some help because Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle is there along with teammates Batman and Raven.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle taken out by Storm and then sent out by the referee for cutting the track as the skater ran back and caught her.
So unfortunately, Team DC is going to be without a jammer for the remainder of this jam. That was Zatanna Zateria's 7th and final penalty, and that will take her out not only for her 60 seconds, but the remainder of this jam. And breaking now through is Texas Twista putting up a Grand Slam 5 points, and Batman being sent to the penalty box for out-of-play blocking.
Because once again, the rules do not apply to Batman. Everybody knows that. Until they do, and then you go to the penalty box. 118.96.
Oh, that was a beautiful goat snap. That was pretty advanced strategy. Once the opposing blocker was in the rear of the pack changed. It was really cool. Good job. Oh, big hit by that booty on Raven. Taking Texas Twista out with a big old smile.
And Raven stays in bounds to back it up as time runs out on the jam. And a timeout is called by Team DC.
A 15-point differential here with just 6 minutes, 48 seconds remaining in the game. So immediately following this bout, we have some beautiful MVP awards to give out to each team.
Yes.
Then we have Rat City and Jet City warm-ups.
That's right.
And then we have the ever-exciting Washington State Conference game, Rat City versus Jet City.
Yes, and in that break between the games, you will have plenty of time to get those new fresh piping hot pizzas at our snack bar, backed by the beautiful chalkboard art. Or head out to the lobby and pick up T-shirts and whatnot at the merchandise booth, including those limited edition posters, which you can then get signed by anyone and everyone. I think even Melons will sign it for you, if you ask nicely and have a pen.
I'll consider it.
You have your usual $10 signing fee,
Yeah.
I assume, right? The autograph charge.
All right, end of timeout as we roll into jam number 14 of the second half. Mistake jamming for Marvel, going up against the Joker. Canary automatic forces out Mistake on the outside line, tiptoeing back and forth against a really tight black DC wall. Same with the Joker up front, just trying to poke through and find an opportunity. But between Nails and Wolver Queen, there's just not much opportunity.
Not at all, but Mistake finds all the opportunity she needs on the outside of the pack and is your lead jammer. As the Joker works past Dark Phoenix.
Mistake now in scoring position, looking to get her hips around anyone she can on the opposing team. And
Mistake lead jammer comes chest to chest with Dark Phoenix. And Mistake finally calls off the jam. So a 3-3 run, 124-109 with 5.5 minutes to go in the game. DC in the lead.
a pair of keys, a set of car keys has been found and turned in to me. I would suggest, if you have not found your keys, to not trust me with them for very much longer.
Because Melon needs a car.
It's a Toyota, and it goes boop boop.
So she can find the car and then drive the car. Excellent plan. Not such an excellent plan with Slayer Crow getting a cut track penalty. I don't think that was planned at all. I think it just sort of happened.
What's Vertical World? Oh, it's got a climbing gym thing on it. Very
it's fancy. Storm jamming for Team Marvel on the power jam. With a thinned out pack, Raven gives chase, realizes too far ahead, lets Storm go.
Less than 5 minutes now remaining in this game. Storm looking for some offense from Raven Seaward, unfortunately causes a little bit more traffic than she intends to. Storm spins out, Raven is there just to get that little extra bump to the inside, recycling Storm.
And Slayer Crow now out of that Big O penalty box.
Storm having a real hard time against Raven. Just as Slayer Crow gets recycled again to the outside, this time by Dark Phoenix.
Dark Phoenix backs her all the way up. Storm holds off the...
she does a fakie.
The old fakey star pass, star stash. Does collect the 4 points. And no longer lead jammer.
Dark Phoenix with the offense, trying to clear a little room for Storm. She's going to step out of bounds. Both jammers go in the wrong direction as the entire pack direction now changes.
It's skate backwards. Everybody, it's the backward skate. Coming up next, the couples skate.
I think we all want to see Raven versus Raven again.
I think we do, but I don't know that it's going to happen. We can only hope. Slayer Crow bumped to the outside. Storm heading to the outside on her way to the Big O penalty box.
That was a cut track penalty, unfortunately, and that would be her 4th penalty of this game. But with only 3 minutes remaining,
she's going to have to work hard to get the rest of those taken up.
It's only a 9-point game as Marvel racking up those points again. We only have a 9-point game. 3 minutes remaining, 36 penalties apiece so far in this game.
Well, given the number of heroes versus villains names we have, that doesn't surprise me at all. Speaking of villains, the Joker on the jammer line for Team DC.
Marvel stepping up to the front and forming their wall as soon as possible, trying to close that gap. Team DC has gotten a Marvel skater trapped, so they're trying to create the pack in the back. Boy, Joker just not getting any help right now. Batman is there to help a little bit and sweep her out, and now joined by Canary. One more to beat, and Raven Seaward, and she is through. She's the lead jammer for Team DC.
Joker through 1 minute, 20 seconds to go left on the jam. Storm out of the penalty box.
Storm, a really quick skater, used to be on a U-Stars antagonist team. Really great. And manages to sneak in 1 point there for Storm. That's 3 points for DC. With a minute 51 remaining, a timeout is called. 116 for Marvel, 127 for DC.
Right. And the fresh pizza is here. Oh my God. Fresh pizza over by the chalkboard. Read the rules is walking the long way around to go get his pizza. So once more to mention the Big O tournament down in Eugene, Oregon. 30 of the best women's, men's, and junior roller derby teams in the world, including the Rat City Roller Girls and several others.
Well, I think they're bringing like 3 teams in. You got the Rat City All-Stars. Maybe they're bringing their B team. And then the Puget Sound Outcasts will be there.
That is true.
Seattle will definitely be representing strong at the Big
Well
O.
represented. 3-day event, April 29th to May 1st, Lane Event Center, Eugene, Oregon. Slayer Crow jamming for DC, Dark Phoenix for Team Marvel.
Little bit of a spill between Slayer Crow and Raven Seaward. Dark Phoenix picks up some speed, Oh, big hit there by Batman. That was really fun to watch.
It
but
was.
Dark Phoenix able to shake that one off as Batman going to the penalty box. But that hit bought time for Slayer Crow to catch up with Dark Phoenix. And 1 point now on the Marvel side for Dark Phoenix.
Got it down to 1
2
instead
points.
of several.
Points.
All right, 2 instead of several.
You know what? And their coaches, Dilly Dally and Hunter, were all over that.
That they were, and another timeout. With a 10-point lead, Team DC, 1 minute, 18 seconds to go. Because again, Team Marvel can't save that penalty, so why not use it? The Joker will come out to jam for DC.
All right, we're at a minute 18 left. This is potentially the final jam of this game. We have a 9-point game with Team DC ahead. You cannot plan this. 5 lead changes, 37 penalties, each team.
Storm on the jammer line for Marvel. Team DC 1 shy in the pack as Batman sits the penalty accrued early on in that last jam.
See some very familiar faces on this track. High rotation skaters such as Dark Phoenix and Black Widowmaker, along with Raven Seaward and Wolfer Queen, now blocking for Team Marvel. A real force to be reckoned with. But up front, you have Canary, Automatic, Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle, and Raven blocking against Storm in the front of the pack.
And you got Dark Phoenix playing a little offense, trying to knock things loose, but they are doing an excellent job of cycling back together and holding Storm back. But finally have to let her go. Lead jammer after several seconds, 45 seconds to go in the game clock, a minute and a half.
And that's right. If
on the jam clock.
Marvel can hold on to the Joker, here comes Storm. That's a 5-point natural grand slam. We now have a 4-point game. If Marvel can hang on, we have a star pass to Raven. Oh, Storm.
Bump to the inside, Black Widowmaker with the direction to play penalty. Raven has the star back on her helmet, so she is picking up points this pass.
Canary Automatic getting a out of play penalty.
And Raven works past Dark Phoenix for 4 points.
And she is happy about it. This is a great opportunity for DC. Storm still lead jammer, still on her second scoring pass. DC has 2 blockers down in the penalty box. Can Marvel catch up? And around the outside.
Storm is
4
clear
more
with 4.
points. 4-point game here.
As time
11 seconds left remaining on the game clock. And Storm gets forced out to the outside. Raven on the inside of the track. And Raven being sent to the penalty box. Is it enough? 2 more points for Marvel. 2 more points for DC. And it looks like we have a 5-point game, but it is not official yet. Our wonderful non-skating officials going to re-tabulate the score, make sure nothing was missed, and we'll have the final score for you momentarily.
I
and
believe
of course,
we're getting an official review.
Official review being called.
Because my understanding is there is a lot of money riding on this game.
Yes, absolutely. This is very serious business.
This actually determines who owns some of these characters. There is a good chance that in the next Batman vs. Superman game or movie, you might see one of these Marvel characters based on the outcome of this game.
My vote is for Teenage Mutant Ninja Myrtle. Team Marvel is contesting the number of points scored. They believe some box points should have been scored. So our head referee, Mike Hammer, will be discussing that with his ref team. Lessons were learned, morals were discussed, no additional points will be assessed, and we have a final score, Marvel 128, DC 133. Congratulations, Team DC. Step on up, give some high fives as Team DC does a victory lap.
And we can finally lay to rest the question, which is better, Marvel or DC? Clearly, by 5 points, it is DC. No matter how much money that Deadpool movie made.
And let's give it up for Team Marvel!
All right, Ophelia Melons will have our MVPs shortly. Or actually, the teams will have their MVPs shortly. And then we'll get to watch Jet City warm up.
All right, I'm joined by the captains of each team. Raven of Team DC is about to award Best Blocker, Best Jammer to Team Marvel. Who's it going to be?
MVP Jammer is Raj. And MVP Blocker is BK.
All right, and Black Widow Maker, representative of Team Marvel, who are your MVPs for Team DC?
All right, blocker is Lady K. And jammer is Zombie.
All right, congratulations. Take a cute picture, you guys. Thank you so much to our fans for being here for bout 1 of the night, DC versus Marvel. And we hope you're getting ready to gear up for our Washington State Conference game next. Team Rat City versus Team Jet City. Grab some pizza, grab some merch, and we'll be back in about 20 minutes for the exciting bout 2 of tonight.
You
basics of flat track roller derby. Brought to you by Antic Skate Boots and the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. The game of roller derby is played on roller skates. The players wear helmets, elbow pads, wrist guards, and knee pads. The track is flat, not banked. Each 30-minute half is broken down into shifts called jams. The group of 8 players at the front is called the pack. The pack is made of players who play the position of blocker. Behind the pack are the jammers. The jammers are the skaters who score points and are marked by a large star on their helmet. When the whistle blows, the jammers try to skate their way through the pack and out the other side, but they will be met with the hips, rear, and shoulders of the opposing team's blockers. When 2 bodies make contact on the track, this is called a block. Once the jammers have skated their way through the pack the first time, they're ready to begin scoring. They earn a point every time they legally pass a member of the opposing team. The team with the most points at the end of the game wins. The jammers will fail to earn points if they pass the opposing blockers illegally. Any player who performs an illegal action will earn a penalty. So what's illegal? Elbows, tripping, back blocking, and passing out of bounds. Any player who receives a major penalty has earned a 30-second trip to the penalty box. The jam ends when the lead jammer places her hands on her hips, or when 2 minutes has elapsed. 30 seconds later, a new jam begins, and the whole thing starts again.
Still matters. Everyone's looking at me like, no melons, no.
I know you'd like it to go the other way, and we all would, but it didn't happen that way. Or so I've been informed. All right, shall we meet a team? Jet City, you ready? I got an I guess so that's as good as we're going to get. Oh, I'm sorry, there's photographs being taken. We don't want to rush Diz, because she has a camera, and it's important. She'll take a bad picture of me and post it somewhere, and we can't have that.
And we're
All right.
really excited about this game because the skaters have numbers on their backs.
I know, it's going to be great. Numbers that we can read. I know, it's shocking. It's shocking but true. All right, ladies and gentlemen, skating in blue, the pride of Everett, Washington, give it up for the Jet City Roller Girls. Number 6, Razor Wrecker. Number 10, Steel Cat Cushion. Number 13 is the Mexorcist. Number 22, Shock Stopper. Number 37, Breeder O' Terror. Number 44 is Cruncher. 27, Genergize. Number 59, Cyanide Cinder Blocker. Number 66, Devil Inside. Number 80 is Fuzzkill. 84, Viola Poison. Number 87, Isla Smash Ya. And number 88, Ambitious. The Jet City Roller Girls, coached by Nasty Nikki Nightstick and Beethoven's Fist.
All right, thank you so much for being here, Jet City. And if you would please give a round of applause to the home team, the Rat City Roller Girls. Number 104, Scarlet Fever. Number 127, Bento Boxer. Number 13, Sofa King Ninja. Number 14, the one and only Mow Ya Down. Number 19, it's The Kid. Number 26, Oh So Final. Number 3, Chairman Mouse. Number 425, Jamie Fife. Number 574, Kali Wyote. Number 619, Red Devicious. And number 73, Abominable. Number 76, Liberty Bell Ringer. Number 808, your favorite and mine, Kendall Bieland. Number 999, Myrna Ploy. Number 35, Albie Choas. And number 611, Himia Toma. Coached by Deva and Thomas, this is your Rat City Roller Girls Washington State Conference team. All right, big shout out again to our Lightning Fists and our skating officials, the Rat Finks. A double header, and we have such wonderful veteran officials tonight as Cirrhosis and The Rock. So again, this is the very first time that the Jet City and Rat City WSC teams will meet.
And we will start off with Genergize jamming for Jet City.
Fife will be jamming for Rat City in green, lined up on the outside line. Rat City choosing the front wall. Kendall Bielan bracing that green wall of fury.
Hardly seems fair that an entire team gets, or entire city gets to jam, but it is Fife, so.
Fife working her way around the outside, trying to find a hole. Blocked almost by her own skater. Quick lead jammer going to Fife of the Rat City Roller Girls.
Genergize for Jet City, bumped to the inside and has to recycle back as Fife rolls up on her scoring pass. Jet sets up to the back of the pack. As Rat rolls to the front, Genergize still trapped, and Fife is through for 5 points. Take that, Morton.
Genergize forced to the outside by Kendall Bieland, but Kendall is then hit out. So Cyanide Cinder Blocker with a big hit there on offense for Genergize.
And Mo heading to the penalty box, as is Genergize. Back block leads to the power jam, and 5 points for Fife.
It's another 5-point jam, 10 points so far for the Rat City Roller Girls. And up the inside line. Huge jump. Really hard to block that one. That's a 15-point jam so far for Rat City.
Pack lined up again at the top of the turn. Rat moves a bit forward to get things going. Fife not bumped out by that shoulder.
And you see a second bridge being dropped 10 feet from the other. And that last two wall staying in play manages to block Fife outside, recycling her to the rear of the pack.
Mexorcist and Razor Wrecker backing Fife up.
Mow you down, looking to play some offense on the inside line. Fife is through. Genergize almost through, has one more to beat. Gets recycled there and manages to escape the Wrath. The Mow you down, finishing her initial pass. Now eligible to score points.
Got sandwiched between Kendall Bielan and Mow you down. Fife calls off the jam. 0-0 on that last pass, but a 20-point jam puts Rat City up, not surprisingly, 20-0. I say not surprisingly because it's the first jam, so if she scores 20, it's going to be 20.
Absolutely.
I can do math.
And this Washington State Conference thing is so cool. It just shows how competitive both Rat City and Jet City's leagues are. Both teams have ultra competitive, high-level, all-star teams that compete in the Women's Flat Track Derby Association. And there's just so much talent, so many people that want to play. They had to create something new.
That's right. Oh, so final jamming for Rat City. Isla smash you for Jet.
Also, lead jammer for Rat City right out the front as Isla smash you around the outside, trying to take opportunity of the Rat City wall that breaks down momentarily. Unfortunately, going to pick up a penalty. Heading to the sin bin, we have a power jam for Oso final.
2 straight jams with penalties on the Jet City Jammers. Not helping that 0 on the scoreboard as Oso final into the pack. And back out of the pack with the back block penalty, so a quick trade-off.
Well, Oso final was the lead jammer, and because she went to the penalty box, there is no more lead jammer, and we're going to do a full 2-minute jam. So you can keep your eye on the jam clock.
Yes, you can. Isla smash you out of the box. And again, trapped at that front 4 wall of Rat City blockers.
Big offense being played in a sweep by Breeder O'Terror. Trying to help Smashia find her way through to the light of day.
Not able to. She found a lane on the outside, and Kendall Bjelland there to close it down. And Kendall takes her across the track and dumps her on the inside as 4 more points up for Oso final.
Smashia on the outside almost gets a penalty, but she recycles herself back around. Gets mixed up with Kendall Bjelland in the back of the pack and Liberty. Oso final still trying to score another pass. Manages to sneak through the inside. Puts up 5 more big points for Rat City.
Meanwhile, Atlas Smashia, excellent work keeping her feet in bounds, but unfortunately ends up going sideways, and that lets Rat roll to the front again. Now 34-0 Rat City lead as time runs out on the jam. And that 14 points will stand. Ambitious now set to jam for Jet City. Abominable for the Rat City Roller Girls.
Full pack contingent for both teams as we begin this third jam of the game.
Yes, the Big O penalty box is empty.
Abominable lead jammer for Rat City. Just fires out that inside line, but Ambitious. One more to beat. Big force out by the little Bento. Very successful there. Gets recycled to the rear of the pack. Getting, again, just one-on-one with Bento. Takes her down again. The kid gets taken down on the inside. And Bento again meets up with Ambitious. She gets through, completes her initial pass, Scott.
Yes, she does. Ambitious finally out of the pack. Abominable. Fighting towards the front, bump to the inside. Looks to the bench. As Ambitious is through with the first points for Jet City. They now have 34-4 waiting for Abominable to exit the pack. At the front, the Exorcist and Devil inside. Now joined up. Jam called off 5 points more for Rat City. 39-4.
And thank you to our sponsor, Fast Girl Skates. Visit Fast Girl Skates for all your roller derby skating supplies or at fastgirlskates.com.
Now we've got Genergize back on the jammer line for Jet City. And Fife once again for Rat City.
The face-off again from the first jam. Big force out. Jet City recycling Fife to the rear of the pack and just about clear 20 feet. Genergize lead jammer for Jet City.
Genergize lowering the boom and knocking Chairman Mouse down to start that break. And now she's on a powered jam as Fife heads to the penalty box.
And this is a power jam in favor of Genergize and the Jet City.
And Genergize works her way around Kendall Bjelland and is clear with 5 points.
Buzzkill having her way with Myrna Ploy. Genergize looks like she's going to attack the inside line, makes a big energetic transition to the outside line, but Kendall is there, gets taken out, big hit, and that's going to be 5 more points for Jet City.
Jet City doing a good job of catching the goat and holding her towards the back, forcing that game to slow down. Fife, however, out of the penalty box and finally clear of the pack.
And that's going to get called off before Fife can put up any more points. Looks like 3 more for Jet City. That's a 13-point jam for Genergize. Let's give it up for Jet City.
All right, the beer garden now having drunk themselves into a stupor, not quite as cheery as they were at the beginning of the game, but that's all right. They'll get rowdier as the drunk builds on.
Well, the pizza has been eaten twice, so people are happy to be sitting down.
We're starting to go into a nap. Isla Smashia jamming for Jet City. Liberty Bell ringer for Rat City.
Oh, Liberty so powerful, just able to push out real quick. She's the lead jammer for Rat City wearing green.
Jet City now back to full strength as the Big O penalty box empties out. Liberty Bell ringer slides in safe to second, but went out of bounds and has to come back out.
And Jet City was definitely ready for Liberty to come in with that much power. And high block being assessed on Rat City. That's going to let Isla smash it through. She's now completed her initial pass. Liberty Bell Ringer calling off that jam after she gets her hips past 4. And that's going to be 4 more points for Rat City as they begin to pull ahead.
43-17 with 21 minutes to go in our first half. And Ambitious back on the jammer line for the Jet City Roller Girls. Up against number 73, Abominable for Rat City. Red to Vicious.
Wow, and Ambitious just leans over. She gets her upper half of her weight over that line and just knows if she keeps skipping, she's going to get through. That was a beautiful lead jammer by Ambitious. She's now on her point scoring pass, and Abominable still in the pack. Rat City with 1 blocker in the penalty box.
And Devlin Side heads over to the Big O penalty box to join her. And she is joined as well by Razor Wrecker for Jet City. So Jet City now down to 2 in the pack.
Great blocking by Cinder Blocker, buying some time for Ambitious as Abominable begins a scoring pass. That's 0 points for Rat, 3 more for Jet City on the board now. 20 to Rat City's 43.
Oh-so final, set to jam for Rat City against Genergize for Jet.
4-3 pack advantage for Rat City going into this jam. Oh-so final, pushing forward, she hits the back. Breeder O-Terror and picks up the lead jammer.
But Genergize works her way past the 3 blockers for Rat City.
Rat
And
City
she's clear.
walling up. They want to trap those 2 Jet City blockers, try and get some points up on the board for Oh-so final. Looks like she gets a couple, trying to debate when to call that off. Unfortunately, Genergize at the same time able to pick up all 4 points. So both jammers put them up on the board, and that's a wash, 4 points apiece.
An official timeout, also known as the Read the Rules Gun Show. And in honor of that, I would like to thank Quality Athletics. We celebrate sports. They're located in Pioneer Square. Quality Athletics is a full-service restaurant and bar, not your usual sports bar fare, with large wood-fired grill, a slushy and snow cone machine, a rooftop garden, an AstroTurf back bar, and outdoor fire pits. What is not to like in that package?
So, head ref Strosis just clarifying on a penalty. There was an out-of-play penalty that was assessed, and they just wanted to grab that skater, throw her in the box. So, big-time opportunity here for Jet City as they begin this jam with a 4-2 blocker advantage. And they choose to put Kendall Bjelland out on the line to do some damage against Isla Smashin', now jamming for Jet. It works because Fife is lead jammer for Rat City.
And Isla Smasha finally works past Bjelland and is out about a half a lap behind as Jet City locks it up. Now only 1 blocker on the track for Rat.
Callie Wyote being sent to the penalty box for a forearm. Their penalty box is now full. You can have up to 3 blockers in the Big O penalty box at a time, 2 sitting and 1 standing, or 1 sitting and 2 standing, no more than 3.
And that is 1/10 of the number of teams that will be at the Big O tournament. 30 of the best women's, men's, and junior roller derby teams in the world playing at the Big O tournament in Eugene, coming up April 29th to May 1st at the Lane Event Center. It will be a blast. Come on down.
Great news, the beer garden has been restocked and rejuvenated. There's now 3 options for you lovely people.
That explains why the beer garden was less enthused. They were out of beer.
So Rat City only got to field 1 blocker to start that jam. They put in Kendall Bjelland. It's not quite enough as Genergize overtakes her, and she's now a lead jammer for the Jet City Roller Girls.
Abominable jamming for Rat City. And trapped in the middle of a pack of Jet City blockers. 5 points up for Genergize.
Yeah, Genergize just leaning through, believing that she can see the front of the pack, and puts up a good 4 points.
Devil inside trying a last-minute ditch effort to keep Abominable from, but goes out of bounds herself, so ball is back up and out. Jam has called off 3 more points for Genergize and Jet City. Takes us to a 48-32 point game. If my mental math is correct, 16-point lead. Razor Wrecker set to jam for Jet City. And Oso final for Rat City.
Rat City in the back wall, really absorbing a big hit by Razor Wrecker. They managed to stand up to that hit, mow you down, holding down that back wall, just as Oso final picks up her third lead jammer of the game.
You cannot stop her. You can only hope to contain her. Razor Wrecker, meanwhile, contained to the outside and had to skate through as one blocker left on the track. So the situation for Rat a few minutes ago, now for Jet, as the Mexorcist was the only blocker on the track. Razor Wrecker finally clear of the pack.
Oh, Oso final able to just pull herself back like a rubber band and shoot through the inside line. A few more points up there for Rat City. It's a 9-point jam for Oso final.
Lining up for Jam 11, Liberty Bell Ringer for Rat City, and Isla Smashia for the Jet City Roller Girls. Each team with members in the Big O penalty box. 1 for Rat City, 2 for Jet.
Isla Smashia doing the dance on that back line, just trying to find the power to push that wall forward. Sofa King Ninja there to just hold her back. She has to move forward to reform the pack, just as Liberty Bell Ringer picking up lead jammer for Rat City.
And Liberty Bell Ringer parts the Red Seas by patting her friends on the hips and moving them apart.
Oh, great footwork there by Isla Smashia right around the outside. She's met again by Kendall Bielin, but I believe she's already scored that point. Yeah. Manages to peel her off her for a moment, looking for an assist on the outside of turn 1. But Kendall Bielin pulls her right back to the jam start line.
And another 5 points up for Liberty Bell Ringer, stretches Rat City out now 67-32. As Isla Smashia finally clear of the pack. That was her initial pass. And Liberty Bell Ringer through for another 5. 15 total on the jam.
Isla Smashia winding up to hit that back wall, looking for the offensive support there by Breeder O'Terra. She gets it for a moment, but unfortunately gets recycled back into that pack again by Kendall. Liberty doing a reverse apex jump. I don't know how else to describe that. Picking up 5 more points for Rat City Roller Girls.
And now a low block penalty called on Isla Smashia. Sends her to the penalty box, so Liberty Bell Ringer with the powered jam. And a 77-32 lead, now 25 points on this jam, 82-32.
Just using her power, trusting her momentum on the inside line, she manages to pick up her first point. Now these Jet City blockers, they can't obstruct her from getting up, but they can basically sit in the air above her. They can get in her airspace.
Ah, the old airspace.
And they did that, and that jam was called off.
Yes, they do. But still a 50-point lead now for Rat City with that 28-point jam, 85-35 with 13 minutes and 15 seconds to go.
28 points in one jam. That's pretty good, I guess.
It's not bad these days. On the power start is Fife. Isla Smashia sitting in the penalty box. The only occupant of the Big O penalty box for this jam.
Rat City holding back, allowing Fife to just use her speed to push that pack forward. She manages to just explode through the inside line, and that's lead jammer going to Rat City's Fife.
Gets the tripod moving to the outside. That opens up enough of a lane on the inside.
And Jet, again here, choosing to go into a 4-wall formation. They have 3 blockers facing forward, 1 as a brace, preventing them from creeping forward too much. Isla Smashy again attacking from the outside to the inside. Gets tripped up a little bit by Mo. And Fife as well, recycled. How's the view over there from the beer garden?
They're too focused on the game to listen to us.
Good.
And probably the best move they've made all night. Fife is clear with 5 more points. That takes Rat to a nice even 90 points. As our first star pass of the game, Isla Smashia passes it off to Genergize, the pivot.
And it's always smart to have your top powerful jammers like Genergize being a pivot.
Yep.
You want to have very talented jammers wearing that star. It's a really hard job to be an excellent blocker as well as a jammer, but you want to trust that when you hand that star power over to the pivot, they're just going to explode. And Genergize is a great example of that. 4-3 pack advantage here for Rat City.
Sofa King Ninja jamming for Rat City.
Chairman Meows shaking her butt a little bit to DJ Jill Nye's tunes.
And that is Cruncher jamming for Jet City, but Sofa King Ninja uses the ninja moves and is through the pack first. Lead jammer.
I love Cruncher so much. She's so nice. Both jammers hit that pack with speed. Ninja tries to get around the outside. She gets all 4, but 1 point for Cruncher and Jet City.
Speaking of the music, the Rat City Roller Girls would like to thank Ground Control for volunteering his time to DJ tonight. Not right now because he's coaching, but earlier. I just didn't mention it when he was actually sitting down.
You guys are the best.
Genergize jamming for Jet City, Liberty Bell ringer for the Rat City Roller Girls.
That Rat City wall falling apart, and they're trying to recycle at the front of the pack, but Genergize just drops that shoulder again, able to pick up lead jammer for the Jet City Roller Girls.
Liberty Bell ringer in a bit of a scramble as the pack gets confused and muddled up. Finally clear.
Pretty quick moving pack as they come around turns 2 and 3 here, or 1 and 2 rather. Moya down there with Abominable trying to fight off Genergize. Genergize, like, I got as many points as I feel comfortable with, so I'm going to call that jam. That's 3 more points. And
Mike Hammer wins the prize.
Mike Hammer, he gets to buy the first round of drinks at the after party.
$98-39 our score with 9.5 minutes to go in the first half. And Razor Record jamming for Jet City, Fife for Rat City.
Now, Fife is small in stature compared to these agile and these Jet City blockers.
And
but a lot of power.
Exorcist says, I think you should go out of bounds for a moment or two.
And double inside has to let her go after 20 feet. That's lead jammer going to Fife and the Rat City Roller Girls.
And Razor Wrecker also clear of the back and giving chase.
Fast moving pack, Jet City looking to slow it down a little bit to allow Razor Wrecker to insert herself and pick up a few points. With the Rat City Roller Girls in the back, there's somewhat opportune to being scored on at this moment. And there it goes, Razor Wrecker, 4 more big points for Jet City as Fife gets caught up in the back of that pack.
And Fife finally calls it off. Should have listened to Razor Wrecker's advice earlier when she yelled forward to her, you need to call it off. But there you have it, 43-99 as Fife able to pick up 1. Sofa King Ninja jamming next for Rat City. And Isla Smashia for Jet City.
Rat City choosing to take that front wall. Offensive help there from Jet Cities. Trying to get that pack moving, and that's Sofa King Ninja Lead jammer, that's a mouthful.
That is. She had a nice little ninja step over move. Just danced over the feet of a couple of blockers, and she was through the pack quick.
Looking for some offensive help from the back wall of Rat City. Kendall Bjellen there to escort her through. 4 big ones for Rat City and a point up there for Jet City as they nab that last blocker point.
And that takes Rat City in green over the century mark, 103. Jet City in blue up to 44.
Jet City doing a real good job, though, of slowing down, stopping the bleeding that Rat City caused. You know, that 128-point jam really made it feel out of reach for Jet City, but they're regaining their defensive control of this game, and 7 minutes remain in this first half of play.
Liberty Bell Ringer jamming for Rat City, Genergize for Jet City.
Genergize so powerful, able to find her way through with Liberty Bell Ringer. Liberty Bell Ringer trying to eat the baby, which means buying time, playing some defense to allow your pack to catch her.
And it worked both ways as the Mexorcist.
Well, they're out of place. They got to
him.
let her go. And Liberty is the lead jammer, able to call that one off. 4 points? Nope, no points.
No points for either side.
Because awesome
Initial
defense.
pass. Initial pass and excellent defense leads to 0 points. That is Cruncher jamming for Jet City. Oso final again for Rat City.
For 3-pack advantage for Jet City, they chose to take the back wall.
As Mo sits in the Big O penalty box.
Cruncher playing a little jammer defense, helping her blockers position where the other jammer is going to enter that pack. Oso final, though, able to just step right through. She's the lead jammer. Cruncher takes a bit of a spill just as she was about to clear the pack and gets reabsorbed. But she finds that inside line. Great offense by Jet City by playing offense on Kendall Bjellen.
And Rat City slams the brakes on. As Oso final rolls into the pack, she goes out of bounds, calls off the jam, collects 2 points, a 2-0 run. 105 to 44. And an official review called by the Rat City Roller Girls. So while Ophelia Mellons heads out, I will mention that if you have always wanted to skate like a roller girl, now you can. Rat City Roller Girls, pleased to announce the recreational roller derby program. For more information or to register, head to ratcityrollergirls.com. Next assessment coming up next weekend on March 5th.
All right, Rat City will be using their official review in which they get 1 per half. Unless you win it, you get a second one.
Well.
So they're asking the officials to reconsider and call a penalty on Jet City's jammer in this last jam. They feel like they missed a back block call. So they're going to delegate, and we'll be back with the dramatic conclusion of this official review. The no call stands. The officials saw the whole thing happen. There was some locking of skates, no back block call, so Rat City has lost their official review for this period.
All right, don't worry too much. They'll get another one next quarter, or next half. Speaking of, that'll be in 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and then some halftime time. 105 to 44. And we reset with Fife jamming for Rat City.
We have all 8 blockers out there.
Yes, and Isla Smash you jamming for Jet City. But Fife is still through. They backed up as if they thought they'd gotten her out, but apparently did not.
Got to keep your eye on that one.
Yes.
Isla Smasha around the outside gets forced out by Kendall Bjelland. Bento being sent to the penalty box for doing something wrong. Fife, 2 more to beat. Mexorcist bridging that pack. Fife breaks her way through, and that's going to be 5 big points for Rat City.
Indeed, she has the lap point for rolling through, hops over the line, and lands them in bounds. 5 more for Fife.
Callie Wyote being sent to the penalty box. 2 blockers down for Rat City. Kendall looking to catch up with Isla Smasha. Not quite enough. So Isla Smasha finally able to clear her initial pass.
And 4 more points for Fife as she calls off the jam. So a 14-point run, 119 now to 44.
And that was a real smart call off, trying to buy as much time as you could as they have a blocker in the penalty box without allowing the opposing team to score.
So 1 from each team in the box to start this jam. As Genergize puts on the star for Jet City, and Sofa King Ninja will jam for Rat City.
3-3 pack. Rat City choosing to take the front line. Mo is there with Chairman Mouse and Scarlet Fever, and Genergize almost picks up lead jammer, but picks up a back block call, and that's going to make Ninja lead jammer for Rat City.
Lead jammer and on the power jam. Jet City defense back up to full strength, but
nice attempt by Razor Wrecker. Real great hit, not quite enough as Ninja breaks through and puts up 5 big ones for Rat City.
Shock Stopper with a nice hip check as well, but her momentum carried her out of bounds, and that let Sofa King Ninja get right back on her feet and continue downstream. Sofa King knocked out of bounds, calls off the jam, does collect 3, so an 8-point run, and freezes Genergize in the penalty box, so a power start for Liberty Bell Ringer.
Two minutes and 40 seconds remaining in this first half of play. Taking the line is Liberty Bell Ringer for Rat City, and Genergize released from the penalty box for Jet City. So no more power jam. Both jammers are eligible to become a lead jammer. Genergize's penalty is from the previous jam. And Liberty Bell Ringer, wouldn't you know it, lead jammer.
Yes, she is, but Genergize fights her way through and is giving chase. Wide open lane on the inside. Liberty Bell Ringer pirouettes twice. Gets back up, but Jet has recycled up in front.
And Liberty gets spun out, recycled to the back of the pack, but Genergize continues her momentum through and picks up 4 points of her own. So they're at 4 apiece. Liberty looks like she gets around that pack, looking at her coach. Does she need to call it off? Not yet. 4 more points here.
Meanwhile,
trusting her blockers to hold down Genergize so she can make the most out of this jam, because right now it's 4 apiece. They're both scoring their second scoring pass.
Exactly. Genergize works her way around, collects a penalty as well on Kendall Bjelland.
So she gets 5. That's a 5-point grand slam for Genergize, because she's actually lapped Liberty Bell Ringer, and that's a important 5th point. Liberty Bell Ringer able to put up 4 points of her own, 4 more for Genergize as well. And again, Genergize is the lead jammer, but she just needs to put up as many points as they can. 13 points already for Jet City. Oh, huge hit, taking Liberty Bell Ringer down.
That was Viola Poison lowering the boom and knocking Liberty Bell Ringer to the track and giving Genergize a chance to lap one more time.
And Liberty now being sent to the penalty box. That's a cut track penalty. So power jam for Genergize as this jam winds down.
I think that's going to be a power jam for about 2 seconds.
That's right. So really interesting situation here. Both jammers have been sent to the penalty box.
Yes.
They have to stay in the penalty box, so we're going to have the same jammers for this jam.
Yes.
But they both get to stand.
Exactly. Liberty Bell Ringer will be released first.
Because roller derby without jammers, not super fun.
Would again be couple skate.
She gets released. That's Liberty Bell Ringer. And now Genergize returning to the track. That's no fun for them.
No.
They're exhausted.
You know, that's all right. Time is up on the period clock, so this is the last jam of the half. Energize pushing to the front.
Liberty's taken out around the outside. She's recycled back by Razor Wrecker.
Energize was named lead jammer just as she got out of the pack, but she was shouldered out of bounds and has to back up. Liberty Bellringer also recycling back.
Both jammers are eligible to become lead jammer.
No, they're not, because that would be Energize.
Oh.
As I mentioned, she made it out of the pack and then got knocked out after Rocket started pointing at her.
That sounds exhausting.
It does.
Well, this is great. She is exhausted but wants to put those points up on the board. We're down a blocker apiece in the Big O penalty box. And we have a star pass handed off to Oso Final.
Energize bumped by Moya down.
Some sort of confusion here. Not illegal star pass.
It was in
So
fact
they
a
do not
starfish,
have-
and starfish are not allowed on the track. That was the problem.
So there's not a legal jammer on the track right now because Liberty should be Liberty is still the active jammer.
Exactly what you were trying to say. There we go. That's the words. I was looking for those words. Could not find them. So Genergize, lead jammer, and
So she
rolling
is
through the points.
So she is the jammer of record, but she can't score points without the cover on her head.
Yes, she has to get back up to where the helmet cover is.
So now
pass it off.
she passed it off.
Well, Oso Final has it on her head, so we're going to go with that. Genergize calls off the jam
Rules.
after collecting 2 more points. So a 12-point jam to end our half, 76 to 139.
Jet City really bringing it back. And we're going to take a halftime here. We will be back in 9.5 short minutes. Be sure to grab our newly refilled bar. There is PBR, there is delicious cider, and also a third beer. And we'll be back in 9 minutes.
There is also snacks at the snack bar and other things available for sale in the lobby. Avail yourself of all of the above. The second half, Jet City, Rat City leading still. The official review did not, there was no sudden 50-point score swing at halftime. What's up with that?
Weird.
Of course, the game's going to be more interesting because we only have a timer. So, you know, it's all bets are off. A timer and Eric Rock, that's all you need to play roller derby these days.
Uno momento, por favor. They were talking about how Mike Hammer has to buy the first round because he fell in the first game. But nobody saw it.
Maybe he bought that round already, and that's why they were late. They were over in the corner doing shots. Fuzzkill jamming for Jet City. Sofa King Ninja for Rat City. See, they're now discussing what they're going to... You mentioned the drinking. And so now Cirrhosis is saying, I need a little official timeout to figure out where we're going.
Like to take this opportunity again to thank Danny Nan, Upset Specialist Photographic in Denver, and Nowhere Man Photography. They volunteered and did our awesome team and league photographs, and all of our wonderful volunteer photographers for being here. It's not easy to get the flying blurry thing and beautiful focus on camera making a face like this.
That is not easy.
The derby face. Ninja, show us your derp face. No. All right, that's good. Perfect. All right. Buzzkill, what you got? Perfect. Very good.
So Jet City starting off one shy in the pack as Razor Wrecker sits a penalty. So nobody in penalty trouble. We got one skater for Jet City with 4. Team penalties 20 and 21, so fairly even in the first half. And certainly cleaner than those freaking superheroes in the last game.
Yeah.
Those guys were out of control.
And Ninja just able to explode and push through. Goes, hi-ya! I'm the lead jammer. Cut track penalty being assessed on Rat City blocker Bento. And Ninja right around the outside, able to get through the Mexorcist and Devil inside. Myrna Ploy takes out Fuzzkill. Fuzzkill. That's a no pass, no penalty because the blocker that hit her out stepped out of bounds.
And went to the ground as well, all at the same time.
So many exciting things are happening.
Fuzzkill,
Ninja head to head.
4 points up for Suffocating Ninja, taking her to 9, and she calls off the jam before Fuzzkill can pick up any points. 148-77 after our first jam of the second half. And we will reset with Red DeVicious wearing the star.
Is that her first time wearing the star
I
for
believe
Rat?
that is.
Excellent.
At least tonight.
Right. And
all
she's
bets are
be...
off for the past.
You're right. Going up against number 88, Ambitious for Jet City in blue. That was coming off a 9-point jam. Rat City in green with the front wall.
And Rat City starting off one shy in the pack.
High block being assessed on Jet City's Cruncher. And a multiplayer penalty being assessed.
And a forearm penalty on Ambitious. So power jam and lead jammer for Red DeVicious.
Red DeVicious coming in. Liberty Bell trying to play some offense on the inside line. And it works. Mow you down, Bento and Liberty getting ready. Red DeVicious enters the pack, and the Rat City pack pushes them forward. You know, when they run forward, just as that jammer hits the pack, creates a lot of confusion and misdirection.
That it does. So 5 points for Red DeVicious. Takes her to 10. She calls off the jam, freezing the Jet City jammer in the penalty box and giving a power start to the 4-2-5 of Jamie Fife. And Fife is clear and is the lead jammer.
And Ambitious through for her initial pass, now beginning her scoring pass. Is Fife within the pack, looking for some help from Scarlet Fever and the Kid. Jet City's pack really picking up, trying to prevent Fife from using her speed to get all four. No points for Jet City this jam.
And Rock counts it up, and it works out to 2.
And he likes to build up the suspense.
He does. Don't forget to buy tickets for the next home team bout coming up March 12th. Grave Danger going head-to-head with the Throttle Rockets as the Socket Winches battle it out with DLF. Get your tickets now.
And I'll smash the lead jammer for Jet City real fast, but Ninja not far behind. These packs are really picking up. Jet City trying to grab a Rat City blocker to slow it down, making it a little easier for Isla Smasher to pick up some points because Ninja was just hauling butt. No points for Ninja on that pass, and it looks like a really well-earned 1 point for Jet City.
Indeed. They were able to knock one skater out of bounds to grab that 1 extra point, 160-78. As we reset with Red Divicious again jamming for Rat City against Genergize for the Jet City Roller Girls.
Red Divicious found success the last time she jammed. They put her out there again. She's pushing forward and has to beat Cruncher. Genergize takes over control of the front of that pack, but Red Divicious puts her head down, finds some power. She's the lead jammer for Rat City. Genergize having a hard time with Kendall Bjelland. And it's going to find her way to the penalty box for a forearm penalty.
And Red Divicious threw on her scoring pass, 5 points. That takes Rat City to 165.
Jet City setting up their wall. And you can see the Rat City offense comes in from inside. It comes in from outside, just pins them in the middle, making it a really easy pass here for Red Divicious.
That it was. Mexorcist tried to throw a hip in her way, but that hip did not slow things down enough. And not enough to push her out of bounds either.
That Jet City wall prepared to cover a lot more space. They don't want Rat City to come in and play that offense again. As the packs get split up a little bit here, Jet City drops one back to form that pack, allowing Red Divicious through again for 5 more points. 15 so far.
Genergize is out of the penalty box.
Genergize, so much size and power, just trying to push them forward, trusting her blockers to play the defense here against Red Divicious. Extending that pack forward, and Genergize is able to get through. But that was her initial pass, so
yes, and
no
Red
points.
Divicious called off the jam.
An official timeout has been called.
I see a signal for an illegal procedure being called.
I think I know what happened.
Do you now? Illegal disco by number 59 Cyanide Cinderblocker, dancing too much. I think that was the penalty. Too much dancing during the jam. The rare timer, never mind.
This official timeout brought to you by Badass Music. And here we go.
Ambitious.
23 minutes remaining in this game. Ambitious jamming for Jet City.
And Fife for Rat City, and Fife is through and is your lead jammer.
Oh, big hit there. Oso Final trying to get her out. She does. Big hit by Oso Final. Ambitious recycles to the inside. Big jump, but unfortunately,
no!
cut track.
Foot landed just over the line on the out-of-bounds side. Fife has made bank on that move earlier in the game, but not able to land it legally this time.
Big force out by Mo, recycling Ambitious into the back of the pack. So Fife was the lead jammer, and this is going to be a full 2-minute jam. Again, Oso Final laying out Ambitious. This is the most fun part of roller derby, I promise.
The knocking people down part?
Yes.
I do enjoy that
I
part
like getting
myself.
knocked down.
And Ambitious knocked to the ground again, and once again, that occupying the airspace, standing over the jammer while she's trying to get up. Fife out of the penalty box. Bump to the inside. Cyanide Cinderblocker forward to break up the Triforce of the Rat City Roller Girls. And Fife now looking for something on the outside. Not quite there yet. Devil inside and shock stopper. Slowing her down.
Cinderblocker bridging that pack forward, but Fife has finally exited the engagement zone and put up 4 more points for Rat City. And on the outside, making it look easy, it's not. 5 more points for Fife.
And time runs out on the jam. Ambitious not able to exit the pack. So a 9-0 run for Rat City. 187-78.
Rat City calls Sewell Mechanical for all our heating and HVAC needs. Family owned and operated, located in Everett. They specialize in gas lines, tankless water heaters, which are really cool, fireplaces, heating, and air conditioning for a fair price. Thank you, Sewell Mechanical.
Isla Smashy Jammy for Jet City, Sofa King Ninja.
And she is
for Rat
going
City.
to be sent to the penalty box right
She
off the
will.
bat for a cut track. She was trying to jump over somebody, and that back skate skimmed the inside track boundary, and she'll be joined by Kendall Bielen. So Jet City, can they take advantage of this change in tide? She's got 2 more to beat. Abominable is there blocking with Myrna Ploy. And there is definitely a multiplayer block being correctly assessed. And a forearm penalty.
And Isla Smashy is clear in his lead jammer. The 3-on-2.
Pretty good penalty kill by Rat City.
Very good penalty kill. As Sofa King Ninja out of the back and through. That was her initial pass. 4 points up
Chairman
for Isla
Mouse.
Smashy.
Chairman Mouse being sent to the penalty box for a multiplayer penalty. You can't hold hands and block somebody from sneaking through. Kind of hard. You got to let go. You got to reattach, and it's a tough call.
Liberty Bell Ringer set to jam for Rat City Genergize.
Less than
the
20
Jets.
minutes remaining in this bout of the Washington State Conference. And Liberty Bellringer hitting that back Jet City wall real hard, but not hard enough. As Jet City managing to get lead jammer.
That is Genergize. And she runs straight into Oso Final, who helps her out of bounds.
Oh, big win here. 3 points for Genergize and 1 point for Liberty in this jam.
Liberty Bellringer, great job of catching up to collect those points.
She's a beast.
Buzzkill set to jam for Jet City against Red Divicious for the Rat City Roller Girls.
For 3 pack advantage for Jet City starting this jam. Buzzkill jamming, finds her way on the outside and is met up with Kendall Bielen's back. 1 more to beat, but oh, she is met on the outside of turn 2. Lead jammer going to Red Divicious.
And Fuzzkill again dumped to the inside by Kendall Bjelland. Bjelland with a little bit of an assist, and another assist to slow her down there by Kaylee Wyote.
She was able to get around one, but not the other. Red Divicious setting up, able to stay on her tippy toes on the inside line, putting up a big 5 points there.
And Devil Inside used as a, as a projectile, I think is the word for that, shoved
big
into
hit
the
there
path.
by Devil Inside.
Red Divicious pushing to the...
That's a tough call. You saw her try and pause and not go in bounds, but it's really hard to just drop to your knees. So that's going to be a cut track penalty being assessed on Fuzzkill, the Jet City Roller Girls.
So a power jam for Red Divicious.
Devil Inside trying to take her out to 20 feet, has to let her go, and that's 5 big ones for Red Divicious in the Rat City Washington State Conference team.
And that is a 20-point jam for Rat City, 208 now to 85. As Red Divicious calls off the penalty, or calls off the jam. She can't call off the penalty.
Oh,
That's
that'd be
still not
awesome,
legal.
though.
That might be coming up in some
future. If anyone can do it, I can do it.
Some future rule set. In any case, freezing the Jet City jammer in the penalty box, in our Big O penalty box.
Penalties starting to add up. 29 accumulated penalties for Jet City, 27 for Rat City. And Abominable jamming for Rat City.
Mm-hmm. And she is out front. And as your lead jammer, she jukes around Isla Smash's attempted a hip check.
Fuzzkill now able to return to the track as Abominable is on her first scoring pass. One more to beat, gets her hips around, but is met there at the hips by Viola Poison with a beautiful hip check.
That was Viola Poison coming in from the blind side, as it were. And Abominable finally able to work her way out.
That's right. When the jammer re-entered the track, she had that star cover in her hand, knowing she was going to hand that off to Abominable, and she was ready for it. Oh, beautiful. With a pirouette on the outside?
I think that, pirouette's a good term for that. 4 more points for Abominable and Rat City. As Isla Smash you with the star for Jet, not able to catch back up to the pack.
All right, it was more like a waltz jump.
All right.
It was glorious.
I will trust you on that. Genergize jamming for Jet City. Oh, so final with the star again for the first time this half, I believe, for Rat City. And she finds a wide open lane on the outside. Sprints right through it. Lead jammer, oh, so final.
It's like a tank going through a wall. Now on her scoring pass, but here comes Genergize. She's able to break 3. Kendall Bjelland tries to get under her. And she gets reabsorbed into the pack. God, Kendall's able to get low and just kind of sweep you right above the knee where it's legal and painful.
There you go, and just enough to, as you said, slow it down so the pack could catch up. The pack was racing forward anyway.
Oh, it's so demoralizing. You think you see the light of day and you get sucked back into that pack. And here comes Oh So Final. So much agility, that lateral agility. Easily picking up 5 more points here, but Genergize not far behind.
And Genergize slides through. Kendall Bjelland gives chase a bit, but not able to catch up. 4 points on for Jet City as Oh So Final force to the outside.
She flaps her wings.
Flaps her wings and flies back to the bench. So 230 to 89 into the 4th quarter of the game. 14 minutes to go. As Red Divicious with the star for Rat City. And that is Isla Smasha for the Jet City Roller Girls. Isla Smashia looking to the inside, but Red Devicious finds a gap on the out, and she is through and is the lead jammer. As Isla Smashia up against Scarlet Fever, Moya down coming in to help.
And Liberty there, as well as Chairman Mouse, just separate, like more and more support there, but Isla Smashia able to spin her way out of that wall.
That she was. Devil inside with the offensive opening the door block to break her free. And forcing the call off 2 points, a 2-0 Rat City run.
With the
And Kylie Wyote set to jam for Rat City. And that is Shock Stopper. I believe both jamming for the first time this evening.
slow moving pack at the apex of turn 1 and 2, and Kylie Wyote is going to be the lead jammer in her debut jam of the night.
And Kylie Wyote hops over, just holds on the corner. Had a lot of momentum coming out of that hop, but managed to keep it in bounds. And now in on a second scoring pass is Shock Stopper. Chest to chest with Kendall Bjelland, and Kendall throws the hips and pushes her out. As Kylie Wyote also hipped into the infield. Sees the note from her coach, hey, you can keep going because the person that hit you went out of bounds.
That's trust.
Yes. Fortunately, he was not leading her astray. That one, however, she was bumped out, and Rock was right there to call it. So cut track called on Kylie Wyote. Shock Stopper now on the power gem has passed the star off to Breeder O'Terror. And Breeder now has the star on the helmet. No points until you have the star on your hat.
Oh, she gets mixed up, basically blocked into 3 other blockers, which somehow keeps her upright.
Somehow does. You get bumped in enough, but then bumped out of bounds and has to recycle back.
She shakes that one off, re-enters the pack with gusto. You can hear Kendall Bjelland directing her team. She is there with the Kid and Bento, as well as Abominable at the front of the pack.
Mexorcist trying to break things up a little bit to allow her to break free, but not quite able as Breeder bumps to the outside and recycles back as the jam clock ticks down.
Jet City is ready for Kylie Wyote as she re-entered the track. They had her eyes all over and took her out. It was a 13-point jam, however, for Kylie Wyote and the Rat City Washington State Conference team.
And 5 points up for Jet, takes them to 94 as we near the 10-minute point. 4 points, so 93. Energized jamming again for Jet City. Scarlet Fever jamming for the first time tonight for Rat.
Oh, unfortunately, up the inside line, going to pick up a forearm penalty.
And then skated past the point of no return, has to do the lap of shame. And skate all the way around again, so that lets Genergize grab lead jammer. And Genergize finds a gap between 2 blockers to pick up 5 points.
Cruncher holding it down for the Jet City blockers. They knock Myrna Ploy out of bounds, but she is able to recycle to the front and meet up with Genergize at the front of the pack. They take her down.
Genergize getting almost an assist there from Oso Final as she shoulders her and knocks her forward instead of out of bounds. Legal hit to the shoulder, but the energy going to the front. And the Rat City pack thinning down a bit as Fife heads to the penalty box. Liberty Bell Ringer, last line of defense. Genergize finally passed, collects her 5 points as Scarlet Fever now out of the penalty box.
And the back block penalty being assessed on Scarlet Fever. So power jam for Genergize, who herself picks up a forearm penalty. So we're going to have a little jammer switcheroo. So as Genergize enters the penalty box, she will only serve the same amount of time that Scarlet Fever served.
And no lead jammer, so we'll go the remaining 14 seconds of this jam. And
so
forearm
another
penalty.
forearm penalty being assessed on Scarlet Fever. She had really tricky footwork. I think we had probably one of the best angles here. She did sort of lean on an opposing blocker to make that move over the inside line. So tough call, but a fair call.
That it was. So she will sit the full 30 seconds since this is her second penalty after being released early. Genergize will start standing and will serve out the remainder of her penalty once the whistle blows, and then will be released.
All right, Genergize returning to the track. Big asset to Jet City tonight. However, she does already have 5 penalties, but there's only 7.5 minutes remaining in this game. No need to make any staffing changes at this point. If it's not broke.
Good. That's good because HR is closed for the night. Genergize is through. It is the lead jammer. Jet City sitting at 107, Rat City 245.
Shock now in the penalty box for Jet City. Genergize taking big hits from Ninja out front of the pack. 2 more to beat. Ninja and Moya down are there. They do get a multiplayer penalty. Have to allow Genergize through. And she picks up a grand slam, 5 points for Jet City.
And a star pass on the Rat City side.
Genergize checks in with her bench, wants to pick up that last point. Ninja's there to buy some time, but that's another 4 points. 9-point jam for Jet City. Brings them up to 116.
And Bento Boxer with the star gets 0 points as she wasn't able to catch back up. Hey, if you would like to advertise with the Rat City Roller Girls, we have numerous great packages to offer this season. Please ask any Rat City Roller Girl for details or email sponsorship@ratcityrollergirls.com.
You can sponsor anything you want.
You could sponsor the
announcers.
Monitor, this monitor right here.
Oh, Kendall Bjellin with the tap out.
Not running back far enough.
Isla Smashes sneaks through. Lead jammer for the Jet City.
Abominable jamming for Rat City catches up as Isla Smashio spins out in the corner, calls off the jam, and we reset to do it again.
Yeah, the concrete has the ability to be grippy when it's humid and a little slicker when it starts to get cold. So I'm not surprised to see anybody slide out. Concrete is just one of the many surfaces you can skate on for these regulation bouts.
Gravel, not one of them.
Well, maybe.
Sofa King Ninja jamming for Rat City. Razor Wrecker for Jet City.
Ninja tries to take Razor Wrecker out, but Razor Wrecker able to stay inbounds, and she picks up lead jammer.
The Sofa King Ninja also clear of the pack and giving chase as the pack speeds up.
That's right. We're in a foot race, and the pack is showing no sign of slowing down, but there's nobody in the penalty box.
As Sofa King Ninja throws the shoulder.
I could see it in her eyes. She knew what she did.
Yes, she did.
You think about that for 30 seconds, young woman.
So Jet City for the power start sends out Isla Smashia. Big O penalty box empty except for the jammer.
Just 4 minutes remaining in this game. Isla Smasha trying to push outside of 20 feet. As Ninja still in the penalty box. And lead jammer awarded to Jet City on this power jam. Scarlet Fever gets ready with Chairman Mouse and Kendall Bjelland. And Kendall gets that force out, instructs her team to back up, and they re-wall up. Ninja is now making her way through. One more to beat.
Exorcist gives chase. Not able to hit it out. And Sofa King Ninja heading back to the penalty box. So the power jam continues. As Isla Smashia once again escorted out of bounds, and Kendall Bielen backs her well up.
So that penalty assessed on Ninja was an out-of-play block. Sometimes you think that jammers aren't able to get those, but she hit a blocker that was out of play and didn't initiate a block against her. It's okay to counter block. It's not okay to block.
There you go.
Now you know.
We need the star to come in when you say that.
Meanwhile,
the more you know.
Yeah, the more you know. Isla Smasha trying to break through that last Rat City 2 wall. Piece of cake, right?
Sure. Meanwhile, Sofa King Ninja pushing the rest of the pack closer and closer, and Isla Smasha is free with 5 points.
Well-earned 5 points there. That's 10 points so far for Isla Smasha.
4 up for Sofa King Ninja. Narrows the jam lead down to 6 as everybody speeds up again, and time runs out on the jam.
That's right. Great strategy by Rat City. They sped up at the very end there, preventing Isla Smasha from picking up any more points. She picked up 1. If they hadn't sped up, who knows what would have happened.
There you go, and Isla Smasha narrowly avoids once again taking out Mike Hammer. So 1 minute, 41 seconds to go in the game. 127 to 249. One skater in the Big O penalty box.
Jet City on that back wall to meet up with Fife. And breaking through the front is Razor Wrecker, lead jammer for Jet City.
And Fife gets sandwiched a bit and knocked to the ground and reabsorbed into the pack.
Oh, it was one of those gut buster hits that just took her out at the waist. She drops to her knees, able to shake that one off. That's 5 points for Razor Wrecker.
That it was. Fife again bumped to the inside, but not far to run back as no one backed her up, and finally clears out the front. Razor Wrecker 2 to beat. Shockstopper moves forward to help out. And Razor Wrecker calls off the jam. Did pick up 2, so a 7-0, 134 to 249. As we tick down towards 30 seconds to go in the game, Rat City will send out Oso Final once more to jam. Up against Ambitious for Jet City.
And the period clock down to 14 seconds. As that clock expires, we're going to take a look at the jam clock and our officials.
I'm going to take a look at Ambitious knocking the kid on her butt.
Awesome slide. So Ambitious, lead jammer, but also final, out first to score.
And Kendall Bielen helping Ambitious out of bounds as well. And Oso Final now on a scoring pass. Ambitious still on the second run of her initial pass.
Oh, Kendall. Taking out Ambitious on turn 2. Trying to get her to scooch behind Moya down in the rear of the pack as Oso Final puts up 5 big ones.
Now that takes Rat City to 254. Now a 120-point lead. As Ambitious again bumped just enough to go to the knee, and that allows Rat City to roll back in front. Now pushed out of bounds.
And Ambitious calls that one off. No need in trying to get injured or do anything stupid.
Exactly. And no more reason to give up more points.
Absolutely.
Either.
Unofficial final score. That was 10 more points. The last jam. 259 for Rat City, 134 Jet City. Congratulations to both of these teams for their inaugural meetup of the Washington State Conference. And thank you all for being here. We're going to get a final score. That's the final score, and award some MVPs. So hang tight. get those hands ready for some high fives, and let's see who our MVPs are.
All right, give a big round of applause and a high five as soon as they're done yelling at each other. To your victorious Rat City Roller Girls.
Congratulations, Rat City! And let's give it up for our fellow home team, the Jet City Roller Girls, Washington State Conference team. Take a lap, please. Hello, how are you? All right, can I have the captains or coaches join me to award our MVP Blocker and Jammer Awards? All right, you can go first for the Jet City Washington State Conference team. Who is your MVP Blocker?
Razor.
Razor. And how about MVP Jammer?
Jen.
Energizer. The price you pay, folks. All right. And for the Rat City Washington State Conference team, who is your MVP Blocker?
Kendall.
She's all right. Apparently you made people pee repeatedly. MVP Jammer for Rat City.
5.
5. Wonderful. Congratulations to you all. This is the inaugural Washington State Conference meetup between you guys. Congratulations. Keep up the good work. Thank you, fans, for being here. Thank you, Scott Chicken, photographers, NSOs, officials, refs, fans. Thank you so much. We'll see you right here for a Rat City home team game on March 12th. Good night.